20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at CSharpCorner.com.
Hi everyone and welcome back to CSharpCorner virtual conferences, and in this edition we are talking about IT Security virtual conference. I'm really excited for today's conference as this is a power pack conference, I would say, and if you're someone who has been following us on from past 1.5 years, you know we do conferences nothing less than 2 days. So this 6 hours of conference, I'm really excited because it's going to be very exciting half day. We have some amazing speakers joining us from across the globe, and shout out to some of the amazing guys and girls who have helped us putting up this event. And having said that, I'm your host, Stephen Simon. As always, I'm joining from Delhi, India. And this conference is organized by CSharpCorner. That's a global community of software and data developers. Let us know in the comments from which location you are joining. Here at my place, Delhi, it's very, very hot. COVID is getting better now, but looks like we have third wave coming. I hope so. I don't hope so, but I hope so. Things get well. Oh my goodness, I need some sleep. Never mind. So we have some amazing content today. So you can actually find the conference website. If you just visit globaltechconferences.com, you can find all the conferences that we do around the year. For the year 2021, we are committed for 21 virtual conferences. For the year 2020, we did 20 virtual conference, and for this year, we're going to do 2021. We are already at the right pace, and we are really excited that we have been coming up with some great conferences. And apart from that, I would also like you to know that we have Azure Summit coming up in the month of September. That's 1 week long of Azure Summit. Over 250 speakers have applied, but we have only 120 slots. I don't know how we're going to deal with all the speakers. We definitely need to figure out one way. And I talking about speakers, how am I going to host for 7 days, 18 hours each day? Oh my goodness, never mind. So I see many people following. Hi, Akhil, everyone. So having said that, so let's actually go ahead and get started with the very first session. That's by Mustafa. He's going to do a keynote session on DevOps, the return of security. I've introduced, I had the opportunity to introduce and host Mustafa in the past 1 year. I always take it as my honor. And today is very exciting as he's going to do the keynote. Mustafa needs no introduction. He's a Microsoft MVP, CSharpCorner MVP solution architect, recently joined an amazing company with my mate Magnus. I think so. They're colleagues now. So I'm really excited. And let's welcome our very first speaker, Mustafa. Hi Mustafa, welcome to the IT Security Virtual Conference.
Hello, hello, hello. Good to be here.
Looks like it's home, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing to be here with you every time. It's always such fun.
So, Mustafa, how are things at your place? All good? How is COVID? Every family, friends, all good?
Fortunately, COVID is kind of under control right now.
Mm-hmm.
We have very low number of cases, so it's getting better in that department. We are hopeful that it'll stay like that, but we'll see. But right
Yeah.
now we have a heat wave and it's extremely
Oh
hot.
my goodness, it's very hot. It's very hot. Americans have been getting heat wave for the very first time, and they cannot deal with it. Having said that, Mustafa, you have recently moved to a great venture, right? Would you quickly talk about how is it moving from your organization to the new organization? How was it? How excited you, and how are things going on there?
Change is always exciting. It's always something new. It's something interesting. And I'm quite new. I joined my new company 10 days ago. I'm
Mm-hmm.
still exploring, seeing what's there, but it's amazing opportunity. I'm surrounded by some amazing people. You mentioned Magnus previously, so
Yeah.
it's fun working with him. So
Yeah,
that's for sure.
exactly, exactly. Magnus is an amazing person. So, Mustafa, I also today you're going to do a keynote. I'm really excited for it. I won't take any more time now. I already see your screen sharing. If you wish, I can add it to the stream and then we can get started.
Sure, sure.
All right, everybody can see your screen now. And next 35 minutes is all yours.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Okay, let's kick it off. We will discuss DevOps and security and how it stands together. Not much of an introduction. I already been introduced plenty, so we'll just skip to this one and move to this. So, anyone who actually knows me or had an opportunity to talk to me in IT department, I have two passions. It's basically DevOps and security, and in this session, we're mixing these two together. We are trying to uh, put them in place and have a perfect process around us. So not too much talk is needed when we are discussing DevOps. It's been a buzzword, it's been a thing for over 10 years now. But just for a quick reminder, DevOps is basically there to help us. Organizations that implemented DevOps showed a great increase in value. The DevOps implementation provides better time to market, better software quality, uh, much more frequent deployments, revenue is increased. Companies that implement DevOps showed better customer reach and retention. So, from a business perspective, DevOps is bringing multiple values. And of course, any organization actually wants to implement it because it's bringing results. But in all this process, we're always discussing this DevOps cycle and how it falls together. And we don't really need to discuss the DevOps cycle itself because we are all very familiar with like we are doing the planning, then coding, building, testing, releasing everything, deploying it to multiple environments, operating it, and once it's in production, we're going to monitor it, try to learn about it, and start from scratch. Now, what many organizations in this cycle forget about is security, where security actually fits in. How do we put things around that? How do we squeeze in security in this very, very tight process that is full with different activities? And in these discussions, I've been often asked if I prefer DevSecOps or SecDevOps. And to be honest, I don't prefer neither of them. It's kind of like it's just DevOps. There's no DevSecOps or no SecDevOps. Putting this sec in everything, like adding it, kind of tries to put an emphasis on security, and it's important part. But the thing is, security is not outside this process. It's just DevOps. Security should be integral part of it. It should be included there from very start. I'm often asked, when do you need to start with security in DevOps? Well, the answer is very simple here. If you started writing code and didn't discuss the security, you're already late. You need to go back and start dealing with it. That's like very important part of everything, and we need to consider security aspect of the story early on, as early as possible. Now, what are we talking about? Like, to include the security in the DevOps process, we need to have few things. We need to have a clear and concise communication. We need to have everyone on board, and everyone needs to be aware of all sides in the story. We need to treat security as a code. We will discuss that a little bit more in detail because there are several traps in this security as code part. We need to do mandatory trainings. We need to raise security awareness, and everyone on team needs to be aware of the security issues and threats. And of course, we need to integrate security in the DevOps cycle itself. It needs to be part of the cycle. It's not like security is outside just observing what's happening. Security needs to be part of the DevOps. Now, for the clear and concise communication, we need all sides in the story to be involved and have a clear line of communication with each other. There's a big issue that usually happens in this story, and it's concerning the numbers. So, some numbers from the most of the organizations, some statistical numbers show that on 100 developers, on average, we're going to have around 10 people in operations. And when we are discussing security, on 110 people combined, developer and operations, it's going to be single security person. Now, this is a really low percentage. And what happens in this kind of situation is security is becoming a bottleneck. Security is becoming a problem because they cannot deal with all the requests and all the issues that might appear. So this is the first part of the story. Like, if we want to have this clean communication part, we need to have security personnel on board. The story doesn't, of course, end there. We need to move on. We need to provide mandatory trainings. Everyone needs to be aware of the issues. Awareness begins at day zero. We need to address all the security issues as soon as possible. We need to do cross-discipline trainings. So what this cross-discipline trainings really talk about is basically security covers in DevOps covers multiple aspects. So we have a secure coding procedures. We have security from security professional perspective. Also, operations handle certain part of security, and we need everyone on the team to be aware of all the other parts. Everyone cannot know everything about it. Of course, like operations will not know everything about secure coding, but they need to know the basics. They need to know the concepts. So everyone needs to be aware of other people's responsibilities, just to have a better understanding and better communication process overall. Second thing is, in effective communication, we need to apply certain rules. We shouldn't use these kind of documents like Excel lists or Word documents. First of all, they create a certain security issues because of potential malicious attachments and so on, but also because of the versioning and not knowing who has the latest version, who changed what on what version, and so on. People working in parallel, never having the latest version with everything updated and so on. What we want to use actually is ports, like different tools, for example, in Azure DevOps or Jira. We also want to use Git or some other kind of versioning that will help us track the changes and know who applied them and so on. When we are discussing security as a code, we need to understand that this doesn't like only mean certain things. This is the part that people often fall into the hidden trap, because people are often referring, when discussing security as a code, it's going to be like infrastructure as a code and configuration as a code. No, everything should be treated as a code and secured. This applies to application source code. That's where it begins. Like, that part needs to be treated with security as a code. We need to consider how we handle application source code. How are we applying best practices? Is it readable? Is it maintainable? And so on. That's where it starts. Then we are discussing things like Azure ARM templates or AWS CloudFormation or any other kind of infrastructure as code that can be from Terraform, PowerShell, and so on. Then we can move on to configurations of code, that we are ensuring that all the servers and services are set in proper way, in a secure way. And of course, very important part, especially when we're discussing cloud computing, is how we handle secrets. So secret management is also very important part. We need to ensure that any kind of sensitive information, especially usernames, passwords, are not exposed anywhere in the plain text. We want to have a proper secret management and not display these things in application code itself or anywhere else for that matter. Now, the last part is that we need to integrate security in the DevOps cycle. Security needs to be part of the cycle itself. From the planning through the process, it needs to be there every step of the way. How do we actually do that? So it starts with the planning. We need to integrate security into sprint planning and reviews. We need to discuss security stories. We need to plan security tasks. Every task actually should have a certain security aspect to it. Like, how is it accessed? Is it over HTTPS? Is it always protected? Are APIs open, or they need some kind of authentication and so on? These things need to be considered like during the sprint planning. Like when we're creating tasks, we should consider security aspects of them. Sorry. Now, next part is with coding. We need to do trainings for secure coding. We should do test-driven development. So everything in the DevOps should be tested all the time, every time. We need to ensure that everyone is using correct tools, especially when we're discussing DevOps operation security. People are often using different types of tools, trying to apply different methodologies and so on. We want that eliminated in DevOps, and we want everyone on board using the same and similar tools that are correct for the task. For example, like if you're doing coding, you can basically do that with anything. Like you don't need much. Like you can do that in Notepad, right? You can write code in Notepad. That's not an issue. But what happens when you're using something like Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code? It helps you highlight certain things. It helps you detect certain things. And it's much easier with those tools to do. And of course, we want to do proper pull requests when we are submitting code and so on. Pull requests that include certain build verifications, code reviews, other people reviewing the code that's submitted, and so on. Then we're moving to builds. During the builds, we want to do several things that can verify what's in there, what's our code like. So we can do static code analysis. Next thing is doing a dynamic code analysis, which kind of increases the security. We also want to do dependency checks and package management the proper way. What this means is basically we are often using different types of libraries, third-party components, and so on. We want to verify that they are valid and up to date. Are there any kind of known vulnerabilities for these dependencies or packages that we are using? Are those vulnerabilities removed? Is there a newer version, and so on? Those are things that we need to pay attention to very, very much. I often seen that when project starts, they just roll out certain version of the package, and then it stays there forever unless it creates an issue. What we want to do is maintain those dependencies, verify that we are using the latest versions, and that the versions that we're using don't have any vulnerabilities detected. Then we are moving to testing. Testing is an integral part of the DevOps in many terms, from the quality and so on, but also very important from the security. So what we want to do is during testing, we want to develop security test cases. So we want to use test cases that are going to test the security itself. There are also multiple techniques that we can do, like fuzzing. Fuzzing is basically throwing random things at the application and seeing if we're going to get any unexpected reply. So basically throwing random things and trying to figure out if it's going to break application in any security way. Also, load testing. This is often questionable, but I have a very valid reason for it. So load testing is basically throwing a lot of things at your application, seeing if it will break, basically because of too many requests. However, the security aspects of it is, once the application is on overload, like basically everything is breaking down, can I slip in through? Like, can I slip through? Are there kind of parts of the application that will not be protected once I overload it? Once certain parts or APIs break down, will I be able to bypass them and access database directly, or something similar? So this is where load testing and security testing fall together. And last, we have certain things like, for many years, we have static application security testing and dynamic application security testing. So static application security testing, also known as white box testing, is known method where you have the access to the code, you analyze the code and try to find vulnerabilities in the application itself. On the other hand, dynamic application security testing, known as black box testing, is when you don't know what source code looks like. You don't have access to the code, but you're trying to break the application by throwing some SQL injections or something similar to bypass security. These two methods were used for a very long time, and now we have a latest one, which is integration application security testing. So basically, this one combines the previous two. We need to combine them to actually get a third one, which is better one, and it's basically leveraging best from everything. Then we have a process of release and deploy. We have to do certain checks in this department as well. So during the release and deploy, we want to do post-deployment security scans just to verify that there are no new vulnerabilities compared to what we had previously. Also, we want to do a post-deployment checkout. We want to have a certain checklist of certain elements that needs to be in place to verify that our release and deploy actually succeeded. We want to have certain checklist of basically a baseline that we expect to have once the deployment is finished, certain security features, settings that needs to be in place once code was released. Now, the most important part is basically for the security, and traditionally the most important part for the security is once we actually do everything, like we planned, we coded, built, tested, deployed. Now it's in production. Now it's where the fun begins. We don't stop security with release. That's the most important part. And this part is actually what traditional IT addresses very well. But once the code is in there, we want to look at many aspects. So we want to monitor logs. We want to look at any of possible anomalies, want to detect any kind of strange behavior. We also want to scan for vulnerabilities. We want to detect if there are any known potential threats inside, any loopholes inside our system that can be exploited. We want to track dependencies. We want to know what our system depends on, because very often vulnerability comes from the third party. This happened many times, or especially in the last couple of years, when large organizations were hacked. They were actually hacked through the third parties, very often through the third parties. What happens is basically large organizations are going to have a very tight security. When they have a contractor, a smaller organization, they are probably going to have a little looser security compared to the big guys. And the bad guys are trying to access to the third party, so basically to their smaller partner. Once they're in, they have a easier way to sneak in into the big house. So we really want to track dependencies and know what our system depends on, and also want to verify that there are not too many loopholes and that we are not leaving too much space to those third parties to be exploited. We want to do regular patching. We want to use latest apply updates and so on. What is really important is to do, especially when we're discussing web applications and cloud, is that we want to do occasional pen testing. Pen testing is kind of an expense from many perspectives, but we need to do it. At least quarterly, we should perform certain pen tests just to verify where we stand. I understand that it's not possible. Pen tests actually take time, take a lot of effort, and it's not really possible to include them in every release, especially if you are releasing multiple times per day. But we should do occasional pen tests just to verify where we stand. Also, we want to have a summary view of critical tasks. For any detections on everything that's going on, we want to have a list what's going on and to know what needs to be performed in the future. We want to create occasional assurance scans just to verify where we are. We want to review role-based access activities. We want to see who is accessing the application, when they are accessing them. Why are they doing certain things? Are they accessing certain servers? Is there a particular reason for it, and so on? We want to track those things, and we want to review them. We also want to, excuse me, we also want to have metrics on trends and activity from the security perspective. DevOps is all about metrics, collecting all sorts of data, but we want to look at that data from the security perspective as well. And finally, we want certain runbooks to help us auto-healing. We want to have certain tasks that can help us prevent the threat. Like basically, if we are under attack, can we create a runbook? Can we create a script that will automatically block the IP address from the attackers and so on? We want these certain similar things in place to protect us, to help us be ready. The list, of course, doesn't end here. There are many other aspects that we need to consider. For example, we need to keep other things in mind. For example, we need to consider access management. We need to have a proper procedures and control over access management. Who has access, when, which teams do have access to which environments. Like we don't have same rules for development, QA environment, staging, production. These are going to be different. But we need to have a proper procedures and setups to manage this. We want to use two aspects that I'm a big fan of. So just-in-time access and just-enough administration are two big things I'm a big fan of. No one needs more permissions than they need to do their job. So basically, having everyone on the team with the global admin access is a really bad idea. You want to assign people with enough permissions not to interfere with their job, but nothing over that. The second part is if someone has an elevated access and they can access certain environments, it shouldn't be automatic. They should have just-in-time access when they can activate their access to certain environments with certain elevated privileges, but not by default. Those two aspects, those two principles, if you apply with them, they will increase your security big time. We also need to consider data security. How we are treating data. Is data secured enough? Is it encrypted? Is it exposed in any way? How are we dealing with backups, disaster recovery, and so on? These are also things that we really need to consider even in DevOps process. Doesn't stop there. We have network security scanning. We need to consider network security. How what happens on our network. Are we monitoring entire network on all activities that are happening on our network? Are we tracking anomalies and so on? This is also very important aspect of that. And it doesn't end there. With cloud computing, it's kind of eliminated. We don't really consider physical security because it's someone else's job right now. But if we're not everyone is running everything in the cloud. If you're running things locally, we also need to address physical security, like what is happening actually with our servers. How is our server room secured? Do we actually provide everyone with the access? Who can access the server room? Is it just like I walk in and plug out everything, or take the disks out, and what happens then? So these are also things that we need to consider. Basically, the most important part of it is consider security early on, and it never stops. So basically, from the beginning, when you're discussing the application, we start talking about the security, and security discussions stop the day we are stopping with the application, when we are not using it anymore. This is where security stops in the DevOps process. Okay, I hope you actually found this interesting. I hope I inspire some thoughts, ideas, and that you will try to look it up and try to explore on this. Thank you very much.
All right, that was great, Mustafa. That was very crisp presentation, I would say. Let me just quickly do the that stuff. All right, so we have apart from all this security, right? I do have one question from the comments there. What are your some of your favorite dev tools? I know Azure DevOps is great and GitHub Actions works perfectly fine. Which one do you use or you prefer?
So basically, my weapon of choice is definitely Azure DevOps, because I enjoy Azure DevOps because it brings everything in single package. Basically, I have only everything in one click. Whatever I want, like repository is there. I have my pipelines in there, my boards, tasks. I can track progress. Everything is in single place. So that's really what I really like about it. However, GitHub has certain good features as well. It's expanding rapidly, and I don't know. I can see myself switching to that one as well, relatively soon.
Yeah, I see. It works and it's new, and I think Microsoft is investing a lot in that place too. So that looks very promising. Having said that, Mustafa, the security thing is sometimes it's not a developer or someone who's working in a team. It's not something can developer can actually go and tell their managers, right? Even if they tell them, they don't understand. I would be really fascinated if someone is even talking about security in their POCs, right? So because in that at that phase, no one talks about it. Even after the product goes through the production, they was like, okay, first let it put into production, then we'll see if there's any problem. So as a developer, right, how would you suggest to actually go ahead and tell the seniors and managers that security is very important and we need to take care of this at the very first place? It's not just that they don't know it, but they try to ignore it. What would be your thoughts on that?
So basically, like everything in the DevOps, it's a group effort. Like
Yeah.
everything is our responsibility. Everything is team's responsibility. So I find it like if a single person in the team is aware of security issues, they should address those to their team. Like, we're working together on this, we're building this application, let's discuss the security. Once the team is aware of it, and when team accepts that there are certain security aspects to it, then it's easier to come as a group and tell management, okay, we want to implement this, we need to
Yeah.
consider that part as well to actually do it in a proper way. Single person cannot change everything overnight, but start with people around you, build awareness of it, and then you can take it higher up.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. As you said, DevOps is a tool that's meant for team, right? If you go there and together tell your manager that, hey, security is very important, we cannot wait until we put it into the production, it's very important. And as you did mention in your slide that you have to think about security even before you start writing the code. And if you've not thought it, you're already late about it. That definitely makes sense. Mustafa, is there any experience you've had when security went really bad and you guys knew it, still you didn't set at the very first place? Did anything any real time experience with that?
I've seen many security security incidents over years. I've seen so many issues. It's kind of like the thing is like let's put it like this. I wasn't. I was never responsible.
Mhm.
But I've seen many problems, and what happens is usually that people, when we are discussing security, they kind of consider it additional cost, like additional
Yeah.
effort that I'm not really sure if I need to pay, and then bad things happen. It will happen. Like if you're thinking like I'm not that important, like no one will actually try to get to me. That's really not the case. They people, if you're a large organization, there's probably a better chance that you will be targeted. But even if you're not a huge organization, you still need to pay attention because it will happen. No one is insignificant enough not to get a hack. So when you're discussing that thing and saying, okay, I'm not really sure if I should pay for it. I don't see a payoff on that. Like it's not a smart investment for us. It will happen to you. It will definitely, and then you will wish you didn't pay for it. That you actually did pay for it because I've seen it many times, like for even for big organization, when the bad things happen, then they decide to spend big on security, but then
Mhm.
it's already too late. The damage
Yeah.
is done. So that's basically it.
Yeah, exactly. That's well said. So, Mustafa, I think we are moving to the next session. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session? That was great. I would say I really loved it. 25 minutes, very crisp. I would say. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
Yeah, just be smart and be secure.
Yeah, all right, Mustafa. Thank you so much once again. I'll see you in some other events. I'm hosting you
Absolutely.
in the third quarter of this year, so I'm really excited. Thank you so much once again, Mustafa, for
Looking
accepting the
forward to
invitation
it.
and helping us organize the event. Really appreciate. Thank you. Have a nice
Enjoy.
weekend.
Bye.
Bye bye. All right, with that amazing session by Mustafa, as always, we move to our next session of the day. That's on automated security with Azure Security Center. And joining us for that, we have Fernanda and Tom. But before we go ahead and actually invite them, I have something to announce, which I actually forgot to mention right how we're starting the event. Is that we have some giveaways. We have CSharpCorner swag pack, CSharpCorner t-shirt, thousands tracks, and some Amazon gift cards. So you can actually see them if you're an active viewer, if you're active on social media, or if you're dropping some comments. We'll make sure that we have something for everyone. So take a screenshot of it, and yeah. So I'm hosting Fernanda and Tom for the very first time. I'm really excited and an amazing topic to cover. So without any further ado, let's invite Fernanda and Tom. Hi everyone, welcome to the IT Security Virtual Conference.
Hi.
All right, so hi Tom, you're muted.
Yeah, hello. Thank you.
I love your background, Tom. Looks great. Do you play guitar?
I do. I play the guitar, the bass, and the drums
Wow,
whenever I find the time. So yeah, everything around me here, which I need to relax and have some good time.
that's great. So thank you, Tom and Fernanda. I'm hosting for the very first time. I'm really excited and thanks for accepting the invitation. I really appreciate it. I know you both are very busy. I won't take much of your time. Fernanda, I know you have to start first. So feel free to go ahead and share your screen and I'll add it to the stream then. All right, I have your screen. You're inside StreamYard. Once you move it, I'll add it. Yep, everyone can see your screen, and next 40-45 minutes is all yours.
Thank you. So welcome everyone to this new session about automated security with Azure Security Center. I'm Fernanda Vela. I'm presenting here with Tom. We work in the same team in Microsoft Azure Security Center. We're program managers in the product team. And welcome everyone. Here's a poll for everyone to access. Just please do it now. And let's start with it.
Yeah, we basically would love to see where you are joining us from today. And we're going to have some more questions throughout this session. So it would be great to get some interaction here, and for you to also interact in that poll. I'm seeing some answers coming in already. Not sure if we can see them on the slide yet, but maybe it's not updating. So maybe we can just go ahead with the agenda, and then afterwards, if we're gonna have other polls, you can still send your answers, and if you do not see them on screen, we can see them in the back end, so we can still refer to them then.
Perfect. So the agenda for today is that we are going to have an overview of Security Center, which is a CSPM and also a CWPP. So this is a cloud solutions protection management platform and cloud workload protection platform. We're also going to take a look at REST APIs, continuous export and workflow automation, workbooks, logic apps, and a few demonstrations of how these features work in Azure Security Center, how you can use them, and So I'm going to, should I skip also this, Tom? Or should we start waiting for a few answers?
So if it's not updating, then I think we can skip it. But I don't see answers in the backend yet, so maybe there will be answers coming in. But yeah, maybe just go ahead.
Perfect.
Cool.
So yes. So Azure Security Center, what is it, right? We have heard so many times about putting here a high security posture in your environment, in the enterprise that you are working, because we know that there are so many vulnerabilities going on. There are so many threat actors happening. And so what is Azure Security Center? So Azure Security Center is going to help you actually to strengthen your cloud security posture management. And this is by using some features as Secure Score that we can see here on the screen, policies and compliance, to help you find and fix vulnerabilities. And so here, I just want to touch a very important key to success for the hybrid workloads, which is that whether they are in Azure, on premises, or in any other type of cloud, you have to secure them fast. And this has to go before the attackers can get to those workloads and probably do damage. So here, Security Center is going to actually help you getting secure faster with two primary functions, which is attack prevention and attack detection. So let's take a look at what attack prevention looks like, which is strengthen your security posture. So, for example, Security Center is going to continuously discover new resources that are being deployed across your workloads, and it is going to assess whether they are configured according to security best practices, and we are basing these in the Azure Security Benchmark, which is the Microsoft authored and Azure specific set of guidelines of security and compliance's best practices. This is a very important framework that we use. And so Security Center is going to actually analyze the security state of your resources to actually identify potential vulnerabilities, just as we just said before. And here you can use, for example, SecureScore as a KPI, which is a key performance indicator. But like, how does that work, right? What is that? Well, this percentage that we can see here on the screen is calculated based on your recommendations under these controls that we're showing here. And so what is a control, right? So a control is a set of security recommendations with instructions that help you implement remediations. So for example, here we have the security control remediate vulnerabilities that has many recommendations that fit under this category. We have here the maximum score that we can achieve, our current score, the potential score increase if we start tackling all of those recommendations and actually repairing, right, the resources that are being assessed here. We can see also the unhealthy resources that are recommended to actually implement the recommendation, the resource health, and a few actions, right? Sometimes we have quick fix buttons that actually do the entire logic. And so we only have to go there, just click quick fix this and solve it out, just to have it already here solved. And so your secure score, and this is also very important, your secure score only is going to improve when you solve all of the recommendations within a control. So if I want to achieve the maximum score of a certain control, I will have to do all of this in order to have this value in my secure score. So that is like the main key features of secure score and recommendations. And as we just said, you can use Security Center Secure Score as your security KPI. And ASC is going to continually, like we said, assess your resources for security issues, and all of the findings are going to be the recommendations that will go into the secure score, and is going to be represented as a score, right? So at the end, this can help you actually track your security efforts and projects in your organization over time, because when you start, for example, here in September, you start with a 57%. And then you start remediating certain recommendations that go along with the instructions that you have in your enterprise, in your environment. So you start seeing some progress, right? So maybe you're going to start increasing your secure score by October and November. And so whenever secure score goes up, you have two things that are going to start happening. Your security posture is going to be enhanced, because, of course, we all want to have that 100% of secure score, right? Where all of the security recommendations are remediated. Also, when you start seeing that enhancement, then the security recommendations will drop, right? Because you're already taking action into those. Now, let's face it, keeping your secure score at its highest level by following recommendations may look a little bit scary whenever you have like a complex environment, and also when you have like a hybrid environment that is rapidly growing, right? And why is this, right? It is because it introduces administration and compliance challenges. And how can you enforce and achieve compliance across your subscription in an efficient and automated way, which is the main topic of this conversation. And well, this is when governance comes very, very handy in these type of scenarios. And so it is very challenging to strike like an effective balance between speed and control within cloud adoption. And without governance, each time, for example, that you are going to start deploying new virtual machines, storage accounts, SQL servers, whatever type of resource that you're providing in the cloud, your secure score will drop, right? Because sometimes you're not implementing policies that actually say, okay, whenever you're deploying this new server, have these ports disabled, only allow it to have this networking environment and have all of these patches, right? So there are many built-in features in Azure that help you achieve governance. And you have Azure policies, blueprints, management groups, role-based access controls, and many, many others. Also, you can have some of the automations that also we're going to present that can help you that each time that a new recommendation pops up, then you can trigger an automation so that this gets remediated. And so you're not risking too much there. So up to now, we have seen how to reduce like the attack surface by addressing security recommendations and using Azure Security Center, which is part of an overall improvement of your security hygiene, right? However, and this is very important, protection is just one of the pillars of security posture. You also need to boost your threat detection and response. So here is where Azure Security Center also comes very handy, because this is for servers, cloud-native workloads, databases, and storage. So let's take a dip here. And Azure Security Center is going to use advanced security analytics, of course, and machine learning technologies to evaluate some events and correlate alerts across your entire cloud infrastructure that may have servers, storage accounts, and other types of resources that you can enable here for protection with Azure Security Center, which is called Azure Defender for servers, for storage, for SQL, and all of those. And some of the capabilities that AEC provides as a cloud workload protection platform is, for example, the detection and block of advanced malware and threats for servers, threat detection across IaaS and PaaS services, protection of data services, and well, you have a lot of cool things going on here with security alerts. And for example, you're going to have this display that is going to show you the severity of each of your alerts, the alert title, the resource that is being affected. And also here you can see, like, in the first plane, when did they start and the MITRE attack, right? And if it's in an active state or is just dismissed. You can also do like suppression rules to say, no, I think that this is some test that is going on in my environment. Okay, so we're not going to take that into consideration. But this is, for example, like the overall spectrum of the security alerts that you're going to have in Security Center. Now, Once you go inside of one of these security alerts, you're going to have certain things that are very important, and each alert is very unique, and they have different entities, right? But the thing is that alerts are going to include certain information that is going to describe, for example, what happened, when happened, which process happened, and where did it happen. So here, for example, we have that a failed SSH brute force attack happened. We know that the status is active. We know the activity time, the severity. We have the description, resources affected. And also here we can see in what status of the Mishra attack tactics it is. So here in this example, we have that it is a pre-attack. In the alerts details, we can see the number of failed authentication attempts. We can see related entities, which is amazing because we can see these resources that are actually connected. And yeah, we can see the host, IPs, and we can take action into this. Now, when we go into take action, we can actually do and trigger a logic app and do automations. So, for example, whenever these type of situations happen, we can create a logic app that is going to isolate, for example, the server so that the brute force attack is not going to affect the machine anymore, right? So you can take a few automation processes to actually have a better ecosystem here based on the alerts that are going to be thrown at you at any time, because that is what happens, right? So yes. And I think, yeah.
Okay, so now that you've learned about all the features and the data that Azure Security Center is generating, let's take a deeper look at how we are exposing all that data. Because it's not only enough to have that type of information in Azure Portal. A lot of customers really want to get hold of that data and to work with own automations around that. And one of the good things here is that we're exposing all of the information into our REST APIs. And we have quite a lot of REST API reference endpoints here. For example, in Azure Security Center, you can use the SecureScore API to retrieve information of the SecureScore in your current subscription. You can get information about the assessments, but also about the security alerts that Fernanda just referenced. But also, it's not only about Security Center and the REST APIs in here. You can also use Azure Resource Graph, in which we are exposing some information, as well as Log Analytics, in which you can also get information about your alerts, SecureScore, assessment results, and so on and so forth. Now, when we take a look at the RESTful APIs that we are using, then basically what I just said before is that we are providing a lot of API endpoints here. And you can find the REST API endpoints in our API reference. For example, we have that for the alerts, for assessments, for compliance results, but also for settings. We have a settings API that you can use, for example, to enable or disable the integration of Azure Defender for Servers with Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. The same is true for the Microsoft Security Graph, which is a consolidated API for security products across the Microsoft ecosystem, which includes alerts that we are generating in Azure Defender that are then stored in the Microsoft Security Graph API. And then there is the Azure Resource Graph, in which we are storing information about security resources, which includes assessment results for unhealthy virtual machines, for example. So you have quite a lot of information that you can retrieve from basically any type of backend service that we're providing here. And again, if we then take a deeper look at how the APIs work, then usually you have type of a managed identity, a service account, which is called an application that is registered in Azure Active Directory. That application or managed identity will get RBAC permissions assigned to its identity, so it is able to pull information, for example, from a subscription. So if that application will have the security reader access role, then it will be able to get all the information about security, or basically about Azure Security Center in a particular subscription. Then using an authentication token, you are able to send a request against the API endpoint. That can be a GET request to retrieve information, but also a PUT request if you want to update something. Or, and you will see that later in the live demo, there is an API endpoint for the Azure Resource Graph. So you can also send a KQL query against the Azure Resource Graph API and then retrieve information that is stored by Azure Security Center. And then at the end, you will get a response. You can use that information, for example, to integrate with third-party applications, such as a third-party SIEM solution. So you're able to retrieve the information directly from, as I said, the Security Graph API or from our own REST API endpoints. But you can also run scheduled automations or triggered automations. The button that you have seen before in Fernanda's demo is exactly the triggered automation. So you can manually trigger a logic app based on information that we are sending to the logic app, and then the logic app will get all the information of the alert, work with that information, and do something. And I have prepared a logic app for that for a later demo as well, because that is not only using API endpoints, but also some other capabilities that we're going to cover within a few minutes. Now, that is Postman, which is a tool that I'm going to use now for showing you how to easily retrieve information from our REST APIs. And also for that, there is an Azure REST API reference documentation that will explain in a small video how to use Postman in order to retrieve information from any REST API endpoint that Azure is providing. With that being said, let's switch over to Postman and take a little demo. I've prepared a GET request against the Microsoft.security alerts API endpoint. And if we just send that GET request now, we will get some information here. And as you can see, let me just make that a little bit larger. Here we go. As you can see here, there's quite a lot of information that is part of one alert. In this case, that is a simulated alert that we have created in my subscription. But as you can see, there is information about the compromised identity. There is the alert display name and a description. So what is that alert actually? Then remediation steps and some extended properties. And now the thing with extended properties is that each and every alert might have or might not have extended properties to its information. However, everything that you will see for this particular alert here is exactly the same information as you are presented with in the Azure portal. So if you have an alert that is popping up in the alert dashboard, you will see the same information if you retrieve it from the REST API endpoint. Also, there's an alert URI. If you click that, you're immediately redirected to a deep link in the Azure portal directly to that particular alert. Now we also have a SecureScore API. And with the SecureScore API, you will get the information about the secure score in your particular subscription. In this case, I have a secure score of 22.92%, which is not good. And no, that's not true. It is not percent, it is points. So it's about 23 points out of 56 points that I can get. And that is a percentage value of 40.93%. So using that information, you can pull the current secure score for each subscription or even for your management groups, and you can store that anywhere you want, do with that data whatever you want. So you are able to just export that information using the APIs. And then we have the assessments API, including the new values for the status evaluation dates that we call time indicators. So every assessment result is basically what you see as a recommendation in Azure Security Center. In this case, it is the recommendation that Service Principal should be used to protect your subscriptions instead of managed certificates. The status of my subscription is healthy, and the assessment status changed its state on the 6th of June for the last time. With that information, you can basically also build automations around first evaluation date and status change date, because if you know that first evaluation date is the first time that that recommendation for a particular resource appeared, and the status change date is later, then you know, or is the same, then you know how long the status has not changed. So, for example, if that is an unhealthy resource, then you can go to your resource owners, and you can basically also do that within the scope of a DevOps project, and tell the resource owners, hey, you have created a resource which has been unhealthy for, let's say, 4 weeks. Please make sure to remediate that unhealthy resource now in order to improve your security posture. Now, another capability that we also have is to use PowerShell and Azure CLI to retrieve basically the same information. There is a module which is called az.security. And the AZ Security module will contain all the Azure Security Center PowerShell commandlets. So, for example, you can run the command get AZ Security Alert, where the alert type is like brute, and you will get all the information about brute force attack alerts in your particular subscription. In this case, let me just see that here. Let me pull that. In this case, you see that even today, there has been a brute force attack against my Linux victim, which in fact was a successful brute force attack. I'll come to that back a little bit later, because that is an alert that I have generated today by successfully brute forcing one of my servers. And I've done that to show you what you can do to automatically react on that particular type of an alert. And with that being said, giving it back to you, Fernanda.
Cool, thank you. So now let's talk a little bit about continuous export. And so continuous export is a feature that is going to allow you to export data types whenever they change. And these data types are like security alerts, security recommendations. Here you can also find security findings or sub-recommendations that are annotated in one recommendation. You can also pull the secure score and also regulatory compliance. Here is very important to know that you can also export frequency. Right, you can have like a streaming, which is near real time when a resource health state is being updated. And also you can have snapshots. And a snapshot is a shot of the current state of the support types that will be sent every week. Here in the configuration, you can do you can actually do it to send it to Event Hub or to a log analytics workspace. And from there, you can actually connect third-party tools to actually retrieve this information that is going to be hosted in this Event Hub or in this log analytics workspace, and actually work with that information, right? This is just another option. Instead of using, for example, APIs, you can actually store this information into Event Hub or a log analytics workspace and have it from there. Now, let's talk a little bit about workbooks, which is another feature that Azure Security Center has. And so I like to say it or introduce it as a canvas for infinite possibilities. And this is because it is where you can actually have data analysis or reporting, and you can have these rich and interactive visuals that we're going to take a look. So some of the key aspects of Azure workbooks is that they're interactive. They are portable, and you can have multiple data sources here. So how does it look like? So it is a dashboard that it is going to let you interact and filter according to subscriptions, management groups, or a specific resource. You can use parameters to actually have these dynamic context instead of just having the users filtering things. You can have certain parameters that are going to be read into their configuration so that the workbook displays different or specific information. Why we say they are portable? Because you can actually save them, share them, and pin them in your Azure portal. We have a lot of workbooks going on in our GitHub community. So there you can actually also share your workbooks. You can also deploy them as templates. And the data sources that are going to be read are, for example, logs, metrics, health, Azure Resource Graph, which is also some of the things that Tom was explaining, Azure Resource Manager, and also you can have a custom endpoint, so you can actually read from that. Now, how does that look, right? So this is a workbook, just an idea. And here, what we are saying is that you can actually query data from multiple sources within Azure in a single dashboard, right? So this is kind of like what a dashboard would look like. Of course, these are canvas, and they're going to look different from every user to any user. So this is just a representation of one of the default workbooks that we have created to help our customers with their vulnerability assessment findings. So how do you build a workbook, right? So it is just as when you were in your, in your game designing classes back in university, or in some of these design classes, right? Where you have to actually define a problem that you're solving. So this could be like, I want to get a snapshot view of my resources health and what alerts are active, right? You have to actually define these problems so that you can have the idea of what you're going to create, and then identify the data sources, right? So some sources can be either in Azure Resource Graph, or they can be from the Log Analytics workspace, or they can be stored in Azure Monitor, right? For example, health, and other monitoring capabilities that Azure is going to provide you. After this, you can start building it, right? You can have this empty workbook, just empty blank space that you can actually do infinite things with it. You can start adding text, metrics, or queries for many sources, add parameters, groups, links, and others. So how does this look like is that whenever you start creating, you have these sections where you can start putting the code or the queries to retrieve information from different resources that are hosted on Azure. So in this example, I just went into edit mode and just started querying across a Log Analytics workspace. So here, actually, you can see how this code goes and what the result is going to look like. So yeah, let's take a look a little bit about how this is represented. And here I have this workbook that it is one of the ones that we have as default. This is the vulnerability assessment finding that we were just showing in our screen. And so I have here the overview, machines, containers that are going to have vulnerability assessment findings, and SQL servers, right? So for example, if I go into a machine, I can have certain information that I'm just querying here, which gives me like a little bit more input than the recommendations that are happening here in Security Center. I can also see categories, and also, for example, in this case, I can actually export this data so that I can have it as an Excel file. The cool thing about this is that I can always edit. So I can go into edit mode and start just changing colors, changing the information that I'm displaying here. For example, more than the resource total incidents and their severities. I also want to retrieve other types of information, right? So I will go into the edit mode, into that specific category, and start editing and creating more information, right? So I just had an error here, but that is because I don't have permissions into that specific workbook. Yeah, so how this works is that I have here, for example, a way to actually query things that isn't loading right now, but it happens always in live demos. But the thing is that, right? We're going to have this possibility of having this edition thing going on here into our workbooks.
That's amazing, because you see that a lot of information that Azure Security Center actually provides can be exported to, in this case, for example, a log analytics workspace, or you can directly pull the information from the Azure Resource Graph, and then you can build your own custom dashboards around that information that might be interesting for you in your environments. Now, let's bring that all together and talk a little bit about logic apps. And I know that some of you might be thinking something like, well, why use logic apps and not kind of another type of automation? Well, because logic apps are quite beneficial when it comes to protecting your environment. The nice thing here is that we are providing 3 different types of Azure Security Center triggers, which are directly built into logic apps. And with these 3 trigger types, one of which reacts on an alert, one of which reacts on the recommendations, which is basically the assessments result that I've been talking about before. And we have one for the regulatory compliance assessments. Now, all of these are fed with information that we are directly sending from Azure Security Center, and that will contain basically the same information as the REST APIs, or as what you have seen before in the portal, and also what can be exported using continuous export. Now, logic apps, as I said, can automatically be triggered from inside Security Center. They can manually be triggered from inside Security Center, and each way you're choosing will always get the same type of information. In addition to that, there are a lot of native connectors from Microsoft and to other third-party services, including Jira, ServiceNow. And if there's not a connector that is built in, you can usually use the HTTP connector. And I will show you that in the environment that I've been using, because that is something that you can use also to pull and send data to REST APIs. And that actually is how it is done. So the cool thing here is that you can use the resource ID in this case, which is a variable. And within your logic app, you can basically pull information from anywhere, put that into a variable, and then send a GET request against, in this case, the management.azure.com API, which is the Azure REST API endpoint. And using the resource ID in this case, will pull information for a particular resource type. In this case, that is a virtual machine that we're pulling information from, because we need that in order to process the whole evaluation at the end. And I will show you what I mean by that. Now, workflow automation is a capability inside Azure Security Center, and workflow automation can be referred to as an automation configuration that you are storing in a resource group that will connect a logic app that then can be automatically triggered. Let me rephrase that. So every time a Security Center alert is created, if you have a workflow automation on your subscription, then this workflow automation will trigger the configured logic app, sending all the alert information to that logic app, and then the logic app will decide what to do with that information. And how that looks in a live environment, that is what I want to show you now. So I mentioned before that earlier today, I had a successful brute force attack against my Linux victim virtual machine. So I've been using some command line tools to run a brute force attack against that machine. And eventually, I've been successful. What led to an alert that has been generated from Azure Security Center. And that alert will contain some information about the IP address that has been used, the Linux victim as a virtual machine in that subscription. And if we take a look at the full alert details, then there is some more information, including my IP address that I've been using from Germany, the host that has been attacked, the accounts that have been used to attack, in this case, Tom, Ben, and Tim, and also some information, further information about the network connection. Then we have the information about take action, which is, first of all, how to mitigate the threat. Well, usually that is something like, you should inform your security operations center. In this case, you can also block the IP address and do some other things. Then also, in order to prevent future attacks, we are giving you information about open recommendation for this particular resource in order to close the loop. So again, we have that proactive approach of securing environments before actually you're creating a resource or before someone is attacking the resource, which is part of secure score recommendations and all that around. And then we have the reactive part, which is generating a security alert and giving you visibility. Then again, referencing the alert to open recommendations so you can prevent future attacks. But what we can do is we can trigger a logic app directly from that alert. And I will do that right now because there is that block brute force attack logic app that I've created, and we will take a look at that. And let me just trigger it. That's all. So that is something that your administrators can directly do from that alert. Now, the thing to notice is you would have to create your own logic apps depending on the alert type, because we can give you an information about how to do that, but we don't have a logic app for each and every type of alert because it's custom. It's something that could be fitting to your environment, but not to other customers' environments. But I just triggered that logic app, right? So let's go here. And what we see is two things. That is the logic app that has been triggered, and it has been triggered twice today. Once today at 12:11 p.m. and one at 3:11 p.m., which is exactly a minute ago. What does it mean? So this trigger here was an automated trigger based on workflow automation. So once I had attacked my virtual machine, Azure Security Center created that successful brute force attack alert, and the workflow automation has reacted on that alert and sent the alert details to my logic app. This is the trigger that I showed you before, and if you take a look at the information, the outputs that we have in here, then we have the information about the alert, which is successful SSH brute force attack against Linux victim, coming from an IP address that we will find in the extended properties. Let me just check it where it is. Well, we have it once here in the description, but also it should be part of the, no, it is part of the entities. Here we go. There is the IP address in Germany with some local information and some other extended properties and so on. So basically, we're sending all the information from the alert to the logic app. That logic app will then do some magic, because what we're doing is, first of all, we're finding out what virtual machine has been attacked. And now you can rethink to that one slide. And let me just pull that one slide up again. Here we go. So there is this slide, a GET request against management.azure.com with the resource ID. And that actually is exactly the get Azure VM part of that logic app. And now you see that resource ID, in fact, was subscriptions, the subscription ID, resource groups, the resource group name, and the provider in this case is Microsoft Compute Virtual Machines. And I'm pulling the information for this particular VM. That contains all the information that is part of, of that resource. Then after some more magic, we're pulling the information about the network interface. Again, using a REST API endpoint. In this case, it's Microsoft.network network interfaces. Then we're pulling the NSG rules for this particular network card. And at the end, what I'm doing here is I send a put request to the network card with a new rule that has, in this case, the priority 101. Why 101? Because 100 was already taken. Now, if we take a look at the manual trigger that I just sent a few minutes ago, then you will see that there has been a new rule created with a priority 102, because the logic app will count, or basically it will look for existing NSG rules starting from 100 and will then create a new deny rule at the next possible step. So you can automatically react on that type of alert. Once there is a brute force attack, that logic app can be triggered, and it will basically create a deny rule for the attacked port. No, in this case, it's even for all ports, including the attacking IP address. So the IP address is blocked from accessing the network card in the NSG directly. Now, if we take another look at the automation capabilities that we now have been covering, then we have PowerShell and Azure CLI. We have our APIs. We have logic apps. And now, what is the idea of all the automation, and when do I use what? Well, basically, PowerShell and Azure CLI are great tools if you want to have a one-time task, right? I've been using PowerShell quite a lot for even deploying resources, but that is not like having an ARM template or a Terraform template. It's more like, it's a imperative language instead of a declarative language, which is not good for DevOps and CI/CD. But still, you could use it for that. We are using it in Azure Security Center basically to pull data, to export data for one time. If you want to have a CSV record of a CSV export of a custom set of data, including secure scores and assessment results, then you can do it using Azure CLI and PowerShell. APIs are high-code interfaces that can be used inside your own applications and services, but you can also use the APIs directly in the logic apps. The nice thing with logic apps is you can, but you do not have to use code in it. So you can also use the editor that we are providing, or that the logic apps team is providing, to have like a graphical user interface to build your own workflows, and then again reference to either existing connectors or to API endpoints using the HTTP connector. In Azure Security Center, we are running an own GitHub community, and in that GitHub community, we are providing quite a lot of information about automations that you can use within the context of Security Center. Now, I've shown you that logic app, and you can find that logic app exactly here in the Azure Security Center GitHub repo in the workflow automation folder. And there is some information about it. So what will that logic app actually do? At the end, it will send out an email. That is the email template that is used. So you will also get the information directly from the alert. So again, we are taking the alert information that Security Center is sending to the logic app, and we'll use that same data in your email template to send that email out to a stakeholder, to the resource owners, or to the security contact of your subscription. And with that being said, I'm very happy that I had Fernanda with me today. And it was a great presentation. Thank you, Fernanda. Thank you, CSharpCorner team. And looking forward to the other sessions that are coming now in the afternoon. And if there are any questions, we're now happy to take some of them.
All right, Fernanda and Tom, that was great, right? Although it went over my head because I didn't get most of it. A quick question. In the beginning of your presentation, you did talk about some of the recommendations, right? About the high risk. And how do these recommendations actually come? Is it like AI or ML, or is it like some of them hardcore rules? How does that recommendation come from?
So we are using Azure Policy underneath Azure Security Center, and there is this so-called Azure Security Benchmark, which is a set of predefined recommendations that Microsoft say is something that you should do in order to protect your resources on Azure. So we're basically giving you visibility into your current security posture, telling you what you should do in order to achieve more points. And as Fernanda said, the higher your secure score is, the better your security posture will be, and the less number of open recommendations you will have at the end of the day. And I have seen one question. I have seen one question about the challenges that are addressed in Security Center, and I think that is exactly one of those challenges. We're basically looking or we are using Azure Policy to look on the resources. We are also using our own back-end assessments that we then send the assessment status code back to Azure Policy, so we have a compliant view. So meaning that if you go to Azure Policy, you will basically see the same results as you see in Azure Security Center, because Security Center knows 3 different states: healthy, unhealthy, and not applicable, whereas Azure Policy only knows 2 states, compliant and non-compliant. So what we're trying to do is, if we're not using Azure Policy to run the actual assessment, then we have some back-end assessments that is running underneath Azure Security Center, and then we're sending the assessment status code back to Azure Policy, so we have the same view in both worlds. And the second challenge that we're addressing is the reactive approach of protecting your environment. So once you have made your homework, you've made sure you have your guardrails in place. So you're using what Mustafa actually said in his keynote. You're using DevOps, you're using CI/CD in order to deploy your resources. So each and every resource deployment will look the same. Then you can make sure that you align to your own principles and your own security guardrails. And if you do so, you have a very, very high secure score out of the box, because during the deployment, you have already made sure that there is no unsecure resource anymore. Mm-hmm. And then we have the reactive approach, because that was the proactive approach. The reactive approach is then, if someone really gets access to your resources or is trying to get access to it, then we are generating the security alerts in the scope of CWP, of Cloud Workload Protection.
But that definitely makes sense, Tom. Quick question before we move to the next session is, while it looks very promising, the APIs, the dashboard, the logic apps, now I know you both might be working with customers. Where do you see people actually putting up a debate for actually not using this Azure Security? Because it is not something that is taken into consideration at the very first place, right? So where do you see, even if you go ahead and talk about all this thing, where do you see people say that, hey, we will not be moving it? In any situations or scenarios like that?
Well, the idea, and then again, I have to refer to Secure Score and mm-hmm. that proactive approach. The idea today is to shift left, not only when deploying resources, but also for security. Mm-hmm. So it's actually mandatory to think about governance, about the guardrails that need to be in place, in which you can behave as a developer, but also as a resource owner. So, for example, if you are a company in Europe and you want to make sure that resources can only be deployed to the data centers in West Europe and North Europe, then you could implement one of the deny policies that will prevent the creation of resources, let's say in East US, right? So that is one part of, not of security actually, but of governance and compliance. And that is something you actually have to think before you start to deploy your resources. And the same should be true today for security as well. So security needs to shift left, and security needs to be part of the development and the deployment process already. And if you do that, then you can make sure that your resources will be secure by default. And that is basically what I'm doing with my customers at the moment, helping them implement that type of security in a very early stage already, because else you're just running behind and you're just making sure that you will fix existing resources, and there are new resources coming again, and you're still you will keep trying to fix them, but actually you won't achieve that goal, because the deployment process today is just way quicker as it was 10 years ago. So it's very hard to keep track on that if you do not take care of securing the infrastructure before the actual deployment will start.
Right, Tom, that was great. Now, Tom, apart from all this technical thing, I do know you like to play guitar and you love music. Fernando, this question is to you. What are some of your hobbies apart from all this tech stuff that you do?
Again, what? Sorry?
So what are some of the things that you do apart from this code and this ID stuff?
In my normal life? Okay, in my normal life, I do have cool hobbies, not as cool as Tom would say. Piano, is that one of those? But yeah.
Yeah, piano is good, right? You both are musical.
Yeah. Technically, I do more aside of these side projects also, I'm very into nonprofits to actually help Latina girls to get involved into STEM careers. So that is also some of the activities that I actually do in my free time, which is often. So yes, aside of talking to customers, as Sam was saying, and helping them like getting secure faster and in a better way, I tend to do these other side projects in my free time. Yeah.
That was great. I wasn't expecting that to come, but really appreciate it. That was a great session, Tom and Fernando. Any final thing you want to both plug in before we move to next session? Any final thing? No, all good.
Get secure. Start now.
Yeah.
Shift left.
That's great. All right,
Exactly.
Fernando, Tom. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I, on behalf of entire CSharpCorner and its millions of users, would like to thank you for accepting the invitation and hope to see you soon. We do many events around the clock. And yeah, thank you so much and have a nice weekend.
You too. Thank you so much for having us today.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. All right, with that amazing session by Tom and Fernando, we now move to the third session of the day. That's by Abhishek. Abhishek is a CSharpCorner MVP, and he's going to talk about secure Azure resources using Azure Private Link, and he's joining us from India. I'm really excited to host it. So let's bring our next guest, Abhishek. Hi, Abhishek, and you are muted. You are muted, Abhishek. Abhishek, you're muted. You're muted. Oh, here yeah.
No, I'm good.
Hi, Abhishek, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Abhishek. It's always very exciting to host you. I really miss in-person events, but very glad that we can connect on these virtual events. How are things at your place? All good? How is things in Maharashtra?
Pretty much like things are getting to normal, but we are taking precautions and we are staying at home and we are avoiding going to public places. Like we are limiting our travel and everything as much as possible to be safe.
All right. And how's your new adventure going on? All good?
Yeah, it's going good. So recently I had a career switch and probably it's pretty going good. And a lot of new learnings, new people, new places, not new places exactly. I am stuck at home. So, but again, like it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. All right. Good, Abhishek. We're gonna do a lot of chit chat after your session ends. I only see you sharing your screen. Once you move to your presentation, I'll add your screen in the stream. And I'm gonna add your And the next 45 minutes is all your, Abhishek.
Okay. Do let me know once my screen is shared so that I'll start.
Everyone can see your screen. Yeah, all good.
Okay. Thanks, Simon. Today I bring you one exciting topic like how to secure public Azure resources using Azure Private Link. This is a concern, like we have a lot of public resources available, like maybe a web app or a blob storage or like application insights, like we have or Key Vault, like all these public services on Azure. We can't integrate with like our VNet or our private virtual network on cloud. So here I am like to help you or like to demonstrate you how we can integrate these resources to a virtual network or a private virtual network on Azure. Okay. So before I get into the session, it's a quick introduction on me. I work as a cloud architect with 15 plus years of industry experience. So I have a deep expertise in digital transformations using cloud, artificial intelligence, RPA at an enterprise grade for large-scale organizations across the globe. I published 2 books, Master Azure Serverless Computing and Mastering Azure Kubernetes Service. I'm Azure certified as well as TOGAF certified. And here, this is the agenda. So we'll start off with discussing the business case, because every need comes from a business case, right? So any of the products, any of the services, or anything that we build, so everything boils down from a business case. If there is no business, there is nothing to research, nothing to build, or nothing to have in plate, right? So we'll start with the business case for this. Then we will take an understanding of why we need security in the first place. I know we have been discussing a lot of security stuff right from the beginning of the day, but still I would like to spend 5 to 7 minutes talking about security. It's an important aspect, and why do we need it specifically. Then there is an important concept called as defense in depth in the world of security. So we'll explore a bit and try to map where the private link fits in this defense in depth concept. Then I will get into the Azure private link and explain you like how we can actually secure a web app using Azure private link and how we can access it from our virtual network. And then we'll have an exciting demo. Okay. So let's get started. We have so many things in plate. Okay. So this is the business case. Like definitely, like as an architect or a developer, when we get into our client's place, so like we have these questions. So here actually you can see like it is an hypothetical CIO of an insurance giant, and he has these queries and he has this business case to address, and he has come to us like please help us in solving this. So what are the business cases? He needs to migrate the enterprise applications to Azure. And when I say enterprise applications, they have to be secure, right? My enterprise has to be secure. Any breach, I'm gone, right? So he needs to migrate the enterprise applications to Azure. His main point of concern is security. And definitely when we talk about public cloud, security always comes to our mind, right? Because like at times, based on the nature of the business, our customers, so like we need to talk about security a lot and try to address the concern as much as possible. So the CIO wants to understand, or the client CIO wants to understand like how to secure this his like applications that we have moved to Azure. Then the golden requirement he has, I mean, I think every client has nowadays, like he needs to have these applications hosted on Azure as a PaaS-based hosting, but all the traffic to that application should flow through a private network. Okay. So it should not be publicly accessible. Like anyone in the internet should not be able to access it. Only those who are in the intranet or in the private network on Azure should be able to use it. Okay. So like unless there is a need to expose it, because at times also like we expose our internet applications so that our suppliers, our vendors of the organization can access it and use it, right? So like but however the main goal here, or what he wants to have, is like the application should be in a private network and it should not be exposed out unless it is explicitly said so. Okay. And as I've already told you, all the network traffic should flow through private network on Azure. Okay. So now let's see few more things and why he is worried about security. Because if there is a security breach, we know what happens, right? Data theft happens. Like someone like sitting in some corner of the world like can access your systems, pull out all your data, maybe of a corporate or your personal laptop or your customers' data. So anything, like it can access anything and it can pull out all the data. Hacker can do some kind of malicious attacks. Like he can do a DDoS, like a denial of service. Then your entire enterprise goes down. And this is very bad, right? Your application goes down. And when your applications goes down, there is a loss to the business. There is loss to productivity. And everything like boils down to money. Like end of the day, like you end up in spending like doing nothing. And but at the same time, you're losing business. So most importantly, legal and compliance, because as an enterprise, whenever like I'm trying to board any customers to my plate, so what is important for me? I need to make sure that they are legally safe, and I also get into an agreement with them, right? We do, right? So whenever we onboard any customers or we build any softwares for our clients, or we try to cater to some of our customers, so we take care of the legal and compliance aspect. If that contract is breached, then they can sue us, right? They can have a case on us, and they can demand for the reputation loss, and or rather even the compliance loss or whatever losses they have got. They can charge money, and this is a financial loss for the organization. Then we can also have a reputation loss. Like if I can't secure my data, how can I run a big enterprise and cater to a customer, right? So, and this is not something that even a small scale organization faces. I have even also seen big organizations getting into data compliance issues, facing the reputation loss, losing the trust of the customers, and end of the day they lose the customers' trust, and they're saying they lose to their competition. So someone else who is better secured, tap the customer base and take it away. And overall, whatever I discussed now, it all means that it's a monetary loss. Okay, he loses money on this. Correct. So these are the basically few of the implications that happens when we do not worry about security, or we do not fortify our security. So that is the reason security is very important. And you can see this Mr. Client CIO, he is pressing on having the security concerns addressed. And as I've already told you in the previous slide, he is migrating first time to the enterprise applications to the Azure, and definitely he wants to understand what kind of security we get or Azure provides as a whole. Okay. So when we talk about Azure, I know this is a pretty common concept across the industry when we talk about security. But here I will touch upon on this slide on what are the important aspects with respect to Azure. Okay, so I'm not going to get into other AWS or GCP or anything else, but it's this concept applies overall to everyone. And this is the guy, Mr. Enterprise Architect, someone some poor guy who has gone for the solution and talking to the CIO, and he needs to get this job done and convince this guy that whatever solution we have, it will fit into you, and whatever Azure is providing, so you can trust us. Okay, so what he has to say, let's see. So when we talk about data, so data, when it is kept in Azure, it's highly secured. As such, there are encryptions applied. For example, in SQL Server, let me talk about Azure Patch SQL. The data is already encrypted there, transparent data encryption is there. So it's highly secured and no one can access it. And also we have keys. So suppose we are talking about file storage or a blob storage. So or even a data lake. So we can't access the data unless we explicitly make it public. Okay. Else what we can do is we can have the access keys, and we can lock or the data access. We can provide the access keys. Whoever has the access keys can access those data, not all. Okay. So on top of the data, then is the application. So we need to secure our application. So there are different ways how we can secure my application. Okay. So maybe let's talk about a web app. So I'm hosting my application on the web app. To secure my web app, what I can do, I can enable single sign-on and only allow the authenticated users. So I need to take care of all those things when I'm talking about the application layer or the data inside the application. Then comes the next thing, that is the compute layer. So compute layer is nothing. It is that layer which helps in computing my data. Suppose I have some data, right? Or I need to process some data, and all applications, normally what does the application does? It computes some data, right? It maybe for example, a customer is requesting some page. I need to tap in those that request, understand the request, and then I need to compute it and provide the output or the result to the customer or the person who is requesting the page. Correct. So I'm doing some kind of computations. So in Azure, we have something called as confidential computes. So it is available with some VM queues that we can use, and we can do the computation, or else there are different ways to fortify the computation so that when the data is in compute, so it is secured. Okay, or your entire environment is secured. Then is the network. So this is also important, right? So we have our VNets, normally we have our virtual networks, right? Or we keep our inside the virtual networks, we have the subnets. So we keep our applications inside the subnets. So on top of the subnets, we apply the network security group to control the firewalls and the inflow and the outgoing traffic. Correct. So all these things we can do to secure our network. We can have a VNet, we can have a subnet, we can apply NSGs to the subnets. So we can do a lot of things out here to make sure that our data is secured. Then comes the perimeter. So when I talk about the perimeter, it's a very interesting concept. That is your Azure boundary. Definitely all your data, whatever I spoke about, this data, application, compute, network, everything is in like the boundary of Azure, right? The Azure will have its own boundary. Okay, so it will have its own data center, like its data center is has a network boundary, so it is all wired through its own network. It has an underlying network infrastructure on which all the Azure resources are running, correct? So that means anything beyond your Azure infrastructure, networking infrastructure, is the perimeter, that is to the external world, from where the limits of Azure end, the limits of Azure network ends. Okay, so we also need to secure this. Why? Because we can have a DDoS attack, and like someone can do a DDoS attack and get into our network and can do an havoc, right? But Microsoft makes sure that this layer is very well fortified, and no one will be able to penetrate and do any kind of anything that is not intended to be done. So, or any security related issues, or anything that any hacking or anything, so that can happen. So it is highly secured. What I mean to say is, like, Azure network is very robust, and it's very difficult to hack, or even next to impossible. I know, like, we are doing a security sessions today. There will be a lot of experts. There might be some someone who can challenge me here, but trust me, like, Azure has a very fortified network, and it's highly secured. Okay, so this perimeter thing is addressed because our Azure network is secured, and Azure has secured its boundary or its network boundary, so that no external users can access it. And definitely when it comes to the access of our applications or anything on access, so we have identity and access. No one can as such come and access your application. Suppose you are hosting your application on a web app, and you have enabled Azure Active Directory. It is integrated with Azure Active Directory, so no one will be able to log in unless they know your credentials, right? We also have multi-factor authentication, and so many authentication, and so many types of role-based security and all available. So it's very difficult to allow unauthenticated users come in and doing an havoc. Also, both the authentications and authorizations are taken care of by having both role-based access and all those things. So then comes the physical security, where it is the security of our data center. So no one will be able to enter the data center by default. So it's the Microsoft data center where it is kept it. Okay, so there's a very tight security. Only those who are authorized to access the data center, they will be able to get into it. If Microsoft has not authorized anyone to get into the physical or a physical data center or somewhere where its data centers are, then you can't get into it. So that is how, in a nutshell, we can wrap up, or we can say that our application running inside Azure or any data kept in the Azure is secured. So it has, if anyone wants to breach a security, it has just go through so many layers, or it needs to break so many things in depth to get into a data application. Okay, so that's what we see. And today, now, just after in the next deck, what I'm going to show you is on the network area. Okay, so when we say private link, so what exactly a private link is? So Azure private link service or private link endpoints is something it makes sure that all our traffic, whichever is going to hit our public services, has to go through our private virtual network. Okay, that means this layer, we are creating a VNet, and all our traffic should go through that network, and it should reach our web app. Okay, and outbound also, you can there are different ways to control the outbound. We can do a delegated we can actually delegate our subnets to a web app, and we can integrate it, but we are not taking up the delegated subnets, those concepts out here, to have a greater control. So we'll stick to the private link thing. Okay, so now let's see what it is. Okay, So I've already told you like what a private link at a very high level. So, and the use case is also pretty much very simple or plain. So whenever we create any web app, so by default it's a public resource and anyone can access it. I'll also show you in the demo. I'll spin up a web app. I'll try to access that web app, and I will show you that I can easily access that web app there is no boundary to it. I can simply click on it, and I will get the page opening running, and I can see that. So from the internet, anyone can access the web app. So how we can make sure that only those authorized users who are part of this virtual network can use it, not everyone from the internet? The answer is this private link. So with the private link, what will happen is only those who are inside this private network or the virtual network that will be creating, so only those users will be able to access the web app. That means it is blocking the internet access. So suppose, for example, in this web app, so I have enabled this private link. So what will happen is, so anyone who is accessing this virtual machine, and this virtual machine is inside this VNet, inside this virtual network, so I can access this virtual machine, and from here I can actually access this web app. But outside this virtual machine or outside this VNet, I will not be able to access this web app. So this connectivity will not allow. And what is the reason for that? The reason being this, we are actually provisioning a private link here and an endpoint. And this endpoint will help us in connecting with this private link, or establishing a highly secured connection with this private link, and finally connecting with the web app. So what is the trick here? So I'll also show you what is happening under the actually when we are enabling the private link, what exactly it is happening. So when we enable this, a NIC or a network interface card gets attached, okay, or a network interface card gets provisioned that routes your traffic, or that points to your web app. Okay, so we have a route, a very well-defined route defined, so that all the traffic has to first hit this network interface card, okay, this NIC that will get provisioned, and from there the traffic will get routed to this web app. So I'll show you that in detail. So once I provision a web app and a private link endpoint, I will show you exactly how this traffic is flowing and what is happening. But in a nutshell, this is what it is and how the private link works for a web app or securing any kind of resources. It is not just a web app. You can have a key vault there, because key vault also has sensitive information, right? So it should also be not accessible publicly. You can have a blob storage or storage account, or a file, any components of a storage account. So even data lake. So all these public resources you can get into a VNet using this private link. So now let's get into a demo, and I will show you how to get it done. Okay. So let me do a refresh. What I've done is, so let me just go back to the deck, this thing. So we are going to see this exact scenario what I have here in the deck. So what I have already done is I have provisioned a VNet. Okay, this virtual network I have already provisioned. Inside the virtual network, I have already created a virtual machine that will be in the stop state. I'll start it now. And what I have done is I need to access this virtual machine. Okay, I have normally in most of the organizations I have seen. So whenever I went for solutioning to any of the organizations, what I've seen is, so by default we can't access this virtual machine directly. So why? Because the RDP port is blocked. So here also I've tried to replicate the same kind of a secured environment where we don't have an RDP port opened, so that I won't be able to do an MSTSC. Rather, I will access it through a bastion. So I'm not getting into details of the bastion here, but what I've done is, when I've created this VNet, I have created a bastion for this VNet, and using that bastion, I'll be able to connect to this VNet, this virtual machine, and then from this virtual machine, I will be able to access my web app. Okay, so now let's see that. So let's first see. Let me first show you the virtual network I have created and the virtual machine I have created. Then we will, and also the bastion, and then I will move to the next things. Okay. So this is my Azure portal. This is the IP of my Bastion. I have already told you this is my Bastion I have created. So in a while I'll come to this, why we need a private DNS zone. I'll come to a while. So I have created this virtual machine. Okay. So if you get into this virtual machine, like it's currently in the stop state, and the RDP port is disabled for this. Okay, so like, but we'll be able to connect it using a Bastion. So let me start it. It will take a while to start, and meanwhile, I can show you the VNet. This is a virtual network I have, and inside the virtual nation, I have my Bastion. Okay, and also my VM. Okay, both the VM and the Bastion are in this, so they're sitting in two different subnets. Okay, my VM is started. I'll come to the VM in a while. So if I again come back to my deck, I have this ready. This piece is ready. What I need to do is I need to provision this, and I need to enable the private link. So let me provision a web app. Okay, it's the easiest thing to do. So I can go here, like I can just here. Let me click on web app. So let me give a nice name. My web app 28. Let's see. Yes, it's there available. Let me select .NET 5 as a runtime stack. Let me create it in EastUS. Okay. Then one thing to note, like this Azure private link is not supported on the standard SKUs. You need to select production SKUs for this. Okay, maybe I can go for this. This is the cheapest premium SKU that, or the production SKU that is available. Let me select this. So don't go for the standard tiers. It's not available as your private link. Anyways, like when you are using some premium things, so you'll be billed premium, right? So that is why, that is the reason like why it's like that. Okay, now let me just do a quick check if I have given everything correctly. Yes, we are good. Now let me do a review plus create. Okay, let me do a create. I should have disabled this monitoring thing. It will create apps insights, but that's fine. Anyways, it's not hindering our demo. It will take a minute or so to get created. Let's wait for a while. By the time the web app is getting created, do we have any questions, Simon, from the audience till now?
Yes, Abhishek, this one is asking, is dedicated subnet required for private link service?
No, the answer is no. It's not needed. Both are two different things. So dedicated subnet is a different concept where we can actually control the outbound traffic. Here in the private link, what we are doing is we are controlling the incoming flow of the traffic. So whatever traffic that is flowing into the Azure web app. So I'm saying the https://webapp.com. So what will happen is my traffic will flow from my laptop to the web app. Correct. So that flow will go through my private network. But again, whenever the web app will respond back, okay, with a request, or web app might also connect with say like some other services. So we also need to define some kind of rules there, right? Security outbound network security group rules. So we can do it only when like we are having a delegated subnet there. We are delegating our subnet, and we are like creating our web app inside the delegated subnet. Okay, and we are defining some network security group on the outbound traffic. Okay, then only like you will be able to control the outbound traffic. So if you ask me personally, what I can see is you can have both. For though like it's not necessary that if you're having a private link you have to have a delegated subnet, or the other way around, if you're having a delegated subnet you need to have a private link. Okay, but for a good security practice, have both. So incoming will flow through the VNet, and the incoming, yes, they will flow through the VNet using your private link, and all the outgoing traffic from your web app will flow through the delegated subnet. Okay.
Right. So you like to take one? Okay, your development is complete. We'll take question later on.
Yep. So I am here, like my web app is created. Now from my laptop, I will be able to access it because I have not yet enabled any private link out here. Let me see if I am able to access this. Cool. I am able to access the default page of Azure web app. Okay, I'm able to access it because it's in public. It's a public resource. And from my home in Mumbai, I'm accessing it. I'm not connected to any kind of VNets or private network. But now let me enable private link here. Okay, for that, you need to go into the networking section. Okay, so this is the thing, like configure your private endpoints, do a add. Let's give a nice name for our PLE or private link endpoint. Web app, maybe web app private link endpoint. Let us make it a bit more personal by calling it as my web app private link endpoint. I need to select the VNet inside which our PLE will be created. Let's call it as like this is the VNet demo is the virtual network that I've created. I mean to say, like if you go back here, this box, this virtual network I've created, and I've called it as this name, like VNet demo. Okay, so also the subnet I need to create. I've also created a subnet demo. So I'll take this subnet. Then let me do an OK. So it will take some. It will happen quick actually. Like by then we had another question, right? I can actually answer that question while this is getting provisioned.
Sure. There's one question from Case Ready. He's asking, can we configure DNS server for VNet?
Yes, you can. You can definitely configure it. Like you can have a like Azure provides its own Azure private DNS. You can do that.
Okay. There's one other one. Arjun Lav is asking, can I create a private link with basic load balancer?
Yes, you can. You can create, and there is a very nice recommendation on that on Microsoft Learn, or I think it's in the Microsoft documentation itself. You should actually try this. Okay, so it takes a while to get created. So see, this is for whatever I'm demoing you, it's for the public resource, right? But this private link can be extended a lot, and maybe if you go through the documentation of private link in in the Microsoft sites, you'll find a lot of things out there, pretty much exciting things. Okay, my private link endpoint has been created. Now let me see if I can access that. Now see, now I am not able to access it because I'm outside that VNet where that PLE, that private link is connected or created, and my traffic is now flowing through the private link endpoint to the web app. Okay, so it's forbidden. It's not allowing me. So how can I can access it? Let me show it to you now. What I will do is I will get into this VM that I created. Okay, I told you I've already blocked the RDP port. I won't be able to do a RDP. I'll do a Bastion. Okay, so I'll say use Bastion. It'll ask for me credentials. Let me give it. The VM credentials I need to give here. Might okay, pop-up blocker, no issues. We'll get this sorted. Do a connect, it should work. Okay, meanwhile my web app 28. Okay, now I am inside my virtual machine. Let me try to access it. Okay. Okay, so let me open the Internet Explorer out here. So At the name I gave, my web app 28. Let me maximize this. Web app 28. I think I can remove this 10. I'd created the other web app while I was testing for this session. So let me do an OK. Add, close. See, I was able to access it inside the virtual machine, but I can't access it outside. Okay. So like my public web app will not be able to get access from here. Rather, I'll be only be able to access it from the VM that is integrated with the virtual net, like the VNet that I've created. Now, let me show you something now. Okay. So what happened when I created this PLE? So let me go back to my resource group. So if you see here, like this is the private link endpoint that got created. Let me get into this. Okay. Let me get into the DNS configuration. So see the DNS configuration. What has happened is we have created a, okay, let me also, I'll show it to you. Okay. When I'll step out of it, of this service, I'll explain this to you. I'll show this NIC also to you. So see, you can see a NIC out here, right? Network interface card. Okay. And that has got associated with my web app. How? This is the NIC IP 10205, and it has taken an IP address from the subnet of my virtual network. And I am defining a DNS record accordingly. So how my DNS looks like? This NIC. This NIC has taken this IP address from the VNet that I have created, inside which I've created the private link endpoint, and this IP address is pointing to my web app. Okay, so whenever I'm trying to hit, okay, this guy, this my web app 28 Azure websites.net, it will always resolve this IP address. It will never resolve the public IP address of that. Maybe I can show it to you. Let me get into this VM and let me try to do a ping and show it to you how the network resolution looks like here. Maybe I'll just minimize this. Then CMD. My bad, I closed it, but let me see if I can ping it from here. Okay, no issues. Let me also get into it again. I'll just show you, or else from here also I can show it to you. Basically, I can do a ping and I can show it to you. Maybe NS lookup. Maximum Azure sites. The TCP ping is not available here, so let me do a ping. My web app 28 Azure sites.net. Okay. Okay, so here actually it is timing out, but maybe if I'll get into the portal, I'll be able to see it. Maybe I'll open this VM again. I should not have closed that VM. Okay, we are in. So let me search for this command cmd. It comes here. I can do a ns lookup. Then you can ns lookup my web app 28 dot azure websites.net. See what is IP it resolved to? 10205. And what is this IP address basically? This 10205 is the IP address of my NIC, right? So let me just show it to you. Let's just reconfirm that. So if I go to my private link endpoint and this DNS configuration, see 10205. This is the same IP address, right? It got resolved to. And anyone can tell can ping in the chat why we could not connect from the local out here from the laptop. I think it's a very easy answer for that. So it's still trying to connect, but it's cannot. Okay, let me tell it to you. It's because it's in the VNet. The answer is because of that. So that is why it's not able to connect it. But you can see that we could connect it inside here actually. Okay. So that is what the demo I had for you, to show you how we can secure public resource in Azure using private link. Now I'm open to questions. So Simon, over to you. If you have questions, I can answer that.
So we don't have any questions, Abhishek. You did. We had a couple of them which you did answer through the session.
Okay.
Do you still have any demos left? So or you're all
I'm good. I'm good.
But I really loved it, Abhishek. I was actually hitting the URL while you were saying, right? I was able to access it, but later on I wasn't able to access it. So I really liked it. So it was more like from audience perspective, I could actually feel that, hey, I'm able to access it now. Okay, but now I'm restricted. It actually says here 404 forbidden. So I really love that part. So that's great. So Abhishek, it's always great hosting you. And as you do know, we usually don't have many Indians in our lives and conferences, and you are the one. We have very few of them. So I actually personally love hosting you, and the content that you bring is absolutely amazing. Apart from that, Abhishek, what exciting projects you are involved in? Anything you would like to talk about that?
Yeah, currently, most of the times I spend time with customers, try to understand their requirements. Mostly it's in Azure or AWS. Also, we do. I have experience working with AWS with my customers. So mostly it all revolves around .NET, Java, different programming languages, and mostly how to lift them or ship them, or rather migrate them to Azure. And also one more exciting things nowadays I'm involved with is I'm researching in the area of digital transformation. So I'm a research scholar with the SSBM, Swiss School of Business Management. So
Wow.
So a lot of exciting things happening there. So trying to unlock a lot of things in the digital transformation area, because it's a pretty hot area and a lot of things are happening. And I have been doing digital transformation for so long using cloud and AI. So pretty much those lines. Maybe there are a lot of customer disclaimers due to which I can't tell you the exact nature of the project. But yes, the projects are pretty exciting, and whatever I spoke here or whatever I tried to demonstrate here, it all boils down to my experience of last 7 to 8 years I've been working in Azure. And definitely security is a major concern when you are dealing with a client, especially when the client is a first timer to Azure. So they will think from the on-premises perspective, and they will ask us how do I trust trust your application or your hosting environment when it comes to my secured personal client data? How am I going to do that? So there, this poor guy, Mr. Enterprise Architect, gets stuck, and he needs to dig in. And thanks that Azure provides such good offerings in the security area. Already, we spoke few of them. We discussed about the policies, I think, in the previous session, the security center, We have Sentinel. Like so many things are there. Like it's whatever I told you about securing a resource is just 1 or 2% of what is there in the security world in Azure at least.
Yeah. So Abhishek, it looks like you definitely have experience of both AWS and Azure and other cloud services, right? And you have been working on this security. And I also you also work with this Dockers, containers, and all. Talking about this Azure security itself, what do you think from a customer perspective? Something more can be improved, or there's still something that can be improved from on the Azure? Anything you feel that way?
See, like if you talk about improving on the security part, so Azure is doing it pretty good. So when I started with Azure, so we only had to host it on public services,
Yeah.
or at least in the Azure cloud. But now they have started with edge computing and all.
Yeah.
So what it means is, so like in a way, like we had hybrid kind of architecture, but now like with the evolvement of IoT and all, we have started getting in edge computing and all those things. And security is also good there also in the edge computing arenas and all. So like what I want to say is Azure is highly secure. We just need to convince our customers, and maybe Microsoft is doing it good, and but still they need to put some more efforts in building the trust with the customers, so that normally like it's not just a problem for like Microsoft, it's problem across all the cloud vendors. So when we talk about security with the first time, first time like cloud migrators, or like who first want to migrate their cloud, or need to kick off with the cloud migration journey, we need to convince them. So maybe these big cloud companies can actually definitely do a better job. They're doing it, but still
Yeah.
they can do much more in that area.
Having said that, before we move to next session, Abhishek, you did mention about migrating to Azure a couple of times, right? So while migrating to Azure, I know you also work with enterprise applications and companies. Do you ever stumble upon where people would say, "Hey, maybe we should opt for multi-cloud"? Have you ever moved into a scenario and then you have recommended, "No, let's move to Azure or AWS first"? Anything on that?
Yep. Multi-cloud is going to take traction in this coming years, and I've seen that also. Like I've seen a lot of customers preferring to be on multi-cloud. The reason being, the first is like if I talk about like it's my own comparison. I'm not saying that this service is good or bad. Just an example for S3 bucket. When I talk about S3 buckets, they are like versioned buckets. It's a versioned bucket. I have accelerated. Um, uh, Accelerated transfers enabled. That means a very fast transfer of data can happen. So I can move it to the Glacier, that is a cold storage, with just a click. But when I come to blobs, so it's I don't get so many features. So in that case, the customers might prefer some services, like for example this S3 bucket from AWS instead of Azure. And there are also a lot of Azure services which are better than AWS, right? For example, logic apps. So logic apps, or like even like we have step functions in AWS, but durable functions here are way good in Azure. Okay, so like they're very much well planned, and they work very well. So if you do that kind of comparison, you can see that your Azure, some of the Azure services are better, some of the AWS services are better, and same for the Kubernetes world. People nowadays, or the customers, they prefer Google Kubernetes engine, GKE. So they take the best out of each of the cloud, and they try to build in their own control center where they can actually control the security, the logging, all these cross-cutting concerns across the cloud, and get going. That is one of the reason. And the second reason is no one wants to be logged with a vendor. So,
Yeah.
like for example, if I'm building some solutions, and everything is native to Azure cloud. So like I'm stuck in Azure. So tomorrow, say like the big enterprises, they get discounts from different vendors. Maybe AWS can offer some cheaper offerings. Suppose my application is on AWS, and I have everything built on AWS. GCP is offering some cheaper options, or Microsoft is offering some cheaper options. So I should be able to avail those discounts. And that is the reason why, like what the enterprises prefer is 30% of the application. They tend to keep it in AWS, 30% on Azure, and 30% on GCP. Like that, they divide their application landscape, and for a single application also, like they try to do it. But there are a lot of concerns when we try to build a multi-cloud environment. The cross-cutting concerns, like one I told you, like maybe logging, security, then the control over each of the components across. So how to build them? So like those things are few of the areas that we need to take care of. But again, like that is doable, and I've seen organizations doing it and floating in this multi-cloud arena very smoothly.
Yeah, that's great. Well said, Abhishek. Definitely all comes in your experience when you answer this question. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for accepting the invitation. So I really appreciate your time. Hope to see you soon. I always say it whenever I end a virtual event with you. Hope things get well here in India and we get to connect. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to next session?
Yeah, so the same thing I would reiterate what the previous speaker said. So be secured, security, like maybe this deck, be secured. So security means like you are protecting your organization, you are protecting the reputation of your organization, you are protecting the monetary loss of your organization, you are protecting your customers. So every business boils down to security. So if there is security, there is business, or else we lose business to our customers.
All right, Abhishek, that was great. Thank you so much once again. I really appreciate for your time and have a nice weekend. I'll see you some other event or maybe offline.
Yep, sure. Thanks for this great opportunity.
Thanks. Have a nice weekend. Bye.
Thank you.
All right, with that amazing session by Abhishek, we now move to our next session. That's by Eldert. Eldert is going to talk about building better security for your API platform using Azure API Management. I've already taken a couple of minutes in for my session, so I'm quickly going to invite our next speaker, Eldert. Hi, Eldert. Welcome to the IT Security Virtual Conference.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today.
I always love looking at your background. You know, I'm a big fan of your Legos. On all the giveaways. I hope in one of the giveaways I also win some of your Legos. So thanks again, Eldert, for accepting the invitation. I know you have been super busy this time. This is summer time, so I won't take much of your time, Eldert. I already see you're sharing your screen, so I'll add it. And whenever you feel like, you can get started. Everybody can see your screen.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, thank you for having me here today. Thank you for being here today. So yes, indeed, I'm going to talk today how we can build better security on our API platform using Azure API Management. So what I will be showing you today is how we can basically use API Management to secure our API platform when we cannot secure our backend services. But first, a little introduction about myself. I'm Eldert Grootenboer. I come from the Netherlands, live in Rotterdam, work in Rotterdam as well at Motion 10. So we are based here in this office here on the 42nd floor, top floor. So when we actually can go back to the office, it's like an amazing view. Netherlands is just opening up a bit again, so hopefully we can actually be there again soon. But at Motion 10, we focus on everything Microsoft. So we do Azure, of course. I'm a technology lead there myself on Azure and integration. We also work with Office 365, data analytics. So basically we do everything Microsoft Cloud. I'm also an Azure MVP, so I love working with the community. So that's, of course, why I'm here today. I do a lot of speaking, writing, blogging, basically whatever I can do with the community, I like to do. If you have any questions, you can always contact me. You can call me on my Twitter. So any questions, any remarks, please feel to drop them there. So let's have a look at API security. Because why do we need API security? Well, first of all, APIs are everywhere. If we look at a report from Akamai, by 2018, about 83% of the web traffic was actually API calls. So these are APIs calling each other, websites calling APIs, devices calling APIs, you name it. So there's just a lot of traffic with API calls. But APIs are also vulnerable. By 2022, we expect that API abuses will be the vector responsible for most data breaches. So we really have to think about how can we make these APIs more secure so that we actually protect their services and our data. And if I talk about API breaches, this is not just us, like small companies, like big companies also have this. So I had a look at, okay, what are the different kind of breaches that we see over time? So first of all, I found Venmo. And for those that don't know Venmo is for micropayments. So I can pay to my friend, I can pay for dinner or for a drink or something. So it's just our payments that we do with each other. And Venmo had one of the APIs breached, and millions of those payments were actually exposed. So this is financial data that's being exposed, something that you don't want. Or Facebook. Well, everyone knows Facebook, of course. Facebook at some point had an API security breach exposing account details of 50 million users. So these are just your general data that's out on the street there. Or how about major US postal services? Another API breach. In this case, it was about 60 million users. And so the last one I found was just Dial that through an API breach leaked over 100 million user details. So this is why security should be of prime importance, because once we get breached, all our data can be exposed to the outside world. So let's have a look how API management can help us to build better security. And so first of all, before we go into details, I want to give a quick heads up. API management is one of the places where we can do this. And what we normally do with API management, we place API management on top of our APIs, and we actually added security in API management. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that your backend is also protected now, because you are just putting API management on top of it. So if you can, you should, of course, try to actually also fix your backend for whatever reason that data is being exposed. So if you have like an API that doesn't have proper authentication, you can put API management on top of it. So to the outside world, we now have proper authentication. But you should also, of course, also try to fix the API. However, as we all know, this is not always possible. It might be a SaaS application you're using, or a third-party API. It might be that you don't have the source code for this API anymore. Or maybe the person that created this API is gone and we cannot really change this. It might be there's just not enough time at the moment to change this, and this needs to be fixed in short time. So there's different reasons why we put API management on top of it and actually do those security fixes there. So let's have a look at what is actually API management, because I already said like you put API management in front of your APIs. Let's have a look how API management actually works in a quick introduction. When we look at our API strategy, we normally have something like this. We have our service and data, so the APIs we are exposing, that are exposing our services, our data, and we have connected experience that are consuming our services. So this might be devices, websites, it might be other APIs, it might actually be a person. So there's different consumers that are actually connecting to our APIs. And then of course you have the APIs here in between. So these are our APIs that we're exposing to this outside world. And if we talk about API management, we basically have three different vectors that we are talking about. We have the API publishers, so us exposing these APIs, want to secure those APIs, maybe want to do something more, but we'll talk about in just a second. We have the APIs themselves. So these are actually those APIs that are exposing our backend and exposing them to our front-end users. And we have the app developers that are creating those connected experiences. So with these three pillars, let's have a look at what we want to do with API management. So first of all, the API publishers want to publish those APIs. So we have those APIs for our backend services, and we want to publish them for our connected experiences. So in API management, we create proxies of these APIs. So we create facades over these APIs, and then we do this in the Azure portal. So in the Azure portal, we can load in a WSDL, or we can load in an open API definition, we can load in logic apps or functions or other Azure services, and it will get all the operations for those services, and we can then just expose them one-on-one, or we can actually create, for example, composite services where we have different backend APIs and expose them as one front-end API, or we can only expose certain operations. So there's many different ways how we can actually create those APIs there. Now, those API publishers want to do some different things. They want to add some security probably. They might want to add some policies around maybe throttling or caching or those kind of things. So this is all done in Azure portal where we create those policies, which we'll see in a moment. We create the APIs, and then we actually expose them. Then when we expose them, they are going to be exposed to the gateway. And this is the API management gateway itself. So this is basically the instance of API management, where connected experience actually connect to API management, so they don't know about these backend services. Those connector experiences just connect to API management, and the API management makes sure it's routed to the right backend services with the right policies and all those things. So basically, this is just a proxy or a facade over our APIs. And finally, those app developers want to consume our APIs. So they want to know which APIs are available, how they look like, what are the calls that we need to make, which operations are available. And for this, we have the developer portal. So those app developers can actually go to a website and they will see all the APIs that are available to them. They can get a good subscription on this, so they can actually start calling them. They can start trying them out, so they actually have like a try it out interface where they can actually send calls to our backend. So make sure you don't connect this to your production, of course, but like pre-production maybe. So, and this way, with these three pillars, that's basic API management. So Azure Portal, where we actually publish those APIs, the gateway, which does mediation, and developer portal, where those app developers can come to see which APIs are available to them. So I already mentioned policies. And policies basically allow us to create smarter services. Policies are XML snippets with maybe some C# code in there. And through this, you can add capabilities or restrictions onto your APIs. For example, we can add security. So we have policies for setting up OAuth authentication, basic authentication, certificate authentication. So there's different types of authentication I can actually add on my API. I can also add caching. So without touching the API itself, I can actually add caching in API management with just 2 lines of code. I can just say whenever something is not in the cache yet, put it into the cache, set an expiration on it. And next time we hit the same item, it will actually come from the cache, so it will be much faster. We are uploading from our backend services. So there's a lot of nice things there as well. We can implement throttling through policies. So we can say you can only call me 10 times per second, or maybe only 10,000 times per month. So we can actually add this throttling and capabilities on top of there as well. We can do transformations. Now be careful here. So there's 2 different kinds of transformations. First of all, we have protocol translations. So we can actually have a SOAP backend service, load the WSDL in API management and expose this as a REST frontend. And API management does the transformation of the messages and all those things for us. This is very awesome if you still have like those older services, but you want to expose them as nice REST APIs. This is awesome. The second type of transformation you can do is message transformations. So you can actually transform your messages. You can map data, you can add nodes, remove nodes, all those kind of things. I would say be careful with that kind of transformations, because you can actually, for example, execute liquid transformations, which allow you to actually do powerful transformations. However, API management might not be the best place for those. For simple transformations, API management is perfect. But if you want to do more complex transformations, I would look at something like a function or a logic app. We can add mocking to those policies as well. So we can actually do like contract first design, where we have contract defined. We actually create a sample message. We put this into API management. Our connected experience can already start calling API management. We'll get a response back. Meanwhile, we can build our backend service. And once our backend service is done, we can remove that mocking, actually start calling our actual backend service. But this allows those connected experience to already start connecting to us, already start working with the data, already start their process without having to wait for us to actually build our backend. And there's many more policies. I think at the moment there's around 50 or so. They're all, of course, on docs.microsoft.com, so you can just look them up. There's many different policies, and we'll see some of these today. So let's have a look at how we can create an API strategy. And for most customers that I work with, when we come in, we will see them going through these different stages. So different stages of an API strategy. The first one is private APIs. Now we all know this. We have our own little network where we have our own private APIs that are communicating with each other, but no one from outside is coming in. It's just all in our little network. And we are happy and safe because it's our own little network. We know that no one else can come there. So we might add no authentication, maybe some basic authentication, but we basically just expose those APIs quite openly. We just get all the data from our database, expose all the data, have our client filter it. And we are just happy because it's only our own clients that are communicating with this. Then comes the next step. We are starting to give some access to our partners, maybe our vendors, maybe some customers, but we are starting to expose it to maybe through VNet that we have with our partners, maybe already over the internet, but maybe with some IP whitelisting. But you are still like, okay, these are people we trust. So we can still be, okay, maybe we need to add some kind of authentication, but we don't worry that much yet. But then we come to the third stage, where we actually start to publicly expose those APIs. So we are now exposing them on the internet. And all of a sudden, we really have to think about, hey, but if this is open on the internet, everyone can call this API. So we now also need actual proper authentication on there. And we might not want to just expose all our data sets, but maybe only want to expose a limited set of data. So the more we go to the right, the more open we get, but also the more risk we introduce. Because the more to the right we get, we are starting to think about, okay, we are actually exposing valuable data, which is fine if it's just our own APIs that are using this data and we can just filter it. But if you're exposing valuable data just to the outside world, and someone actually does reach this, and all of a sudden they can get all the details from our users, for example, might not something that we want to actually happen. If we are just exposing like some data and with everything in there, they might get more data than you actually want out there. And this is on easily accessible infrastructure. This might be in the cloud where everyone can just reach this. We have to think about, okay, but if this is easily accessible, how are we going to make sure that only those people actually connect to it that we want to connect to this? So we have to start to think about firewalling, API management, what we're going to talk about today. Maybe we have to implement some other measures. And we have to think about our authentication, because if we have inadequate authentication or authorization, anyone can just start accessing our data. And we don't want this, because this might be valuable data. This might be our financial data, HR data, or order data. So we need to make sure that you actually authenticate, so actually know who are you, but also to authorize. I mean, you might be actually someone I trust, but you might not be allowed to see all my data. So I also have to authorize, are you actually allowed to see this data? And all of this comes down to not following the best practices. So let's have a look at those best practices. And I'm not going to say this is the exhaustive list, but this is the one that we use most often. So in this list, 12 different best practices that we follow. This list comes from apifriends.com. There's others out there as well. So if you're using another one, definitely just use that. If you're not using a best practice list on building APIs, though, definitely start looking into this. Just to make sure you can check off every box on this. First of all, always use encryption. Especially these days, there's no excuse anymore not to have an encrypted line. So nothing should go over the line anymore in the clear. So whether it's internal or external, you should always encrypt. Don't talk to strangers. Make sure you always know who is calling your APIs. It might be through an API key, might be through basic authentication, it might be through OAuth. As long as you know who's actually calling you, and also making sure they are actually allowed to see this data. And delegate responsibilities. Don't try to reinvent the wheel, but actually call out to something that might already exist. For example, if you talk about authentication, don't build your own authentication provider, but use something like OAuth or OpenID. And talking about not reinventing the wheel, call out to security experts. For example, if you are bringing in files or blobs, call out to an antivirus system that's already out there. Make sure you just use all those different services that are already out there, and don't try to implement everything on your own. If there's already something out there, try to use that, because that means that it will be maintained for you. They will actually take care of the whole maintenance, the updates, all those kind of things. And chances are, if you call out to security experts, they know this better than you yourself might do. Also, make sure that you know everything that's going on in your environment. So log everything, audit everything, version everything. So when something happens, you know what happened, by whom, and at which point. And share as little as possible. Like I said, don't just share your whole data model out and trust in your clients to filter it out. Because as soon as someone actually gets the data, they should not have it. They also have all this data that you might not want out there. So only share the data that you actually want to share and filter out all the rest. And protect your system through throttling, through quotas. If you know your system will go down when it hits more than 100 connections per second, make sure you can never have more than 100 connections per second. If your client is trying to connect with 10,000 connections, either they are doing something wrong or they are trying to DDoS you. So just make sure you cut this off at the beginning. Don't let it go to your system, just cut it off. Validate all the data. Be picky about what you receive. Check if it's actually adheres to your data model. Check if it's not too big. Validate the content. Make sure you don't get something in your systems that you don't want there. Make sure your infrastructure is up to date. Now in the cloud, of course, this is being updated for you. But if you are still relying on your own infrastructure, make sure your infrastructure is always up to date. Use an API gateway, whether this is API management or a different gateway. There's different other gateways out there as well, of course, but we are talking about Azure API Management today. But use one of those gateways. Basically, everything that I have told you here so far is actually implemented in API management. So if you use something like API management, you can already just check off all these boxes by using the right policies. And build a wall around your systems. Don't just trust on one single entry point. Now, for example, first implement a firewall, then implement API management, then have security on your API itself, then have security on your databases. Assume breach. So assume that one of these can always be breached. And as if it's breached, they should just hit the next wall and not all of a sudden say, hey, I'm through the first wall. I can now just do whatever I want. And finally, follow the OWASP top 10. So I think most people will know the OWASP top 10. If you don't, it's the top 10 security issues. We have them for web and for APIs. And the one we are using today is, of course, those for APIs. I'm not going to run through all of these. We'll see some of these in our demos. I will come back to them later on about how API management solves these. But just to pick out one or two, for example, security misconfiguration. By the way, this is from APIsecurity.io. You can just get a sheet. You can just read this for yourself. Also, I will share my slides later on if you want to see them there. But security misconfiguration is, for example, well, you can read it here, unpatched systems, missing cores, missing security headers, error messages with stack traces. So this is just all those configuration things that you might forget or might misconfigure. Or how about broken authentication? That's definitely one that we see a lot still at our clients, where they are exposing their APIs without authentication, or maybe just through basic authentication, which is still too weak, or just have weak passwords, or all those kind of things, where basically we just can say, okay, if an attacker comes here, it will be very easy for them to actually breach through this API. So let's actually have a look at some demos, because I think these things are better explained through demos. So the first demo I'm going to do is actually the broken authentication, because this is the one that we see at so many clients, and not because they don't want to do right, but just because it's actually quite hard to actually properly build a proper authentication. So what we often see is that, like I said, you have the three phases your APIs go through, so private, semi-public, public. And because they often start as those private APIs, what happens? We build an API, we bring it into production. At some point, we say, hey, we are going to expose it now to our partners or someone else. And all of a sudden, we now are just putting this unprotected API to the outside world. And now all of a sudden, all our data is being exposed to the outside world. And anyone that can find our API can all of a sudden call this API and get our data. Or maybe they have implemented authentication, but it's only basic authentication with a weak password, for example. So in this case, still very easy for any attacker to just try and break this and get in that way. Or it might be that they actually do have proper authentication, but then don't validate it. So they just, as soon as you can get a valid authentication, we don't do authorization anymore. So what this means, it might be, for example, we have some data that we can only expose to our admins, but because we don't do authorization, anyone can call this data, not just our admins. So those are the things that we really have to think about. Okay, who is allowed to call this? Where are they calling from? And what are they allowed to see? So let's have a look how we can implement this using API management. Oh, not this one. First of all, actually, let me show you my API. So I have built an API. It's running here. You can all call it if you want. But this API is just running on an API app. And if I use this one, if I could call this clean API, as you can see, it's just my API app on my Azure websites. And just a simple CRUD API, so I can get my repairs. And what you see here, this is actually based on an actual client of ours. This client maintains infrastructure alongside the road. So they do street lights, traffic lights, generators, everything that you see besides the road, basically, they maintain. And of course, these things can break down. And what they allow is for people to log one of these repairs, saying, hey, this traffic light here, for example, this traffic street light is broken. Can you please fix this? And they can also leave behind their details if they want to get like a notification, okay, this has been fixed. Now, what happens is they can put in this request. Someone out on the road gets a notification saying, hey, please go to the street light, fix it. They have like a portable device. They will say, okay, where's the address? They will drive there, fix it. They will mark it as fixed. And then email or notification goes out to the requester. So as you can see, we have some different repairs in here. We can create new repairs, of course. So I can create new repair number 6. I can retrieve, of course, single repair. I can update the repair. So I can set this repair now to finished. Let me just make sure there. So if I now call it again, we should see that's finished. And finally, of course, I can also delete the repair. So like I said, it's just a simple CRUD-based API. We have all built one of these, and it's just a simple API. Now, as you already can see, some things, like I can just call to this API without any authentication. I can call to it over HTTP. So I already see some things where I'm like, well, this is kind of fishy. So let's start by building some authentication on top of this. So we are going to introduce API Management over here. So I'm going to introduce API Management, and in API Management, as you can see, I'm just running API Management on Azure here. I have some different APIs here. I can load in an API. So in this case, I just load my API, my app service. So I can just call out my app service. As you can see, if I've loaded this from my different demos, I just have the same API here. So my clean API with all my different operations are here. It calls out to my API app. And the first one we are going to see is basic authentication. As you can see, still all my operations are here. And if I go to my policies, and like I said, policies are just XML snippets. And in this case, I have a policy check header. And my check header policy basically just checks for this authorization header with a specific value. So in this case, is this basic authentication password that we're checking for, and if it doesn't find it, it will return a 401. Now, as you can see, this basic authentication password is a token because of these that are next to it. If I go to my named values, that's where my tokens are. In this case, it's my basic authentication password. And if I open this, I can see that this is connected to my key vault. So it's actually not just stored here, but it's actually stored in my key vault. So if I go to my key vault, to my secrets, I have my basic authentication password over here. I can now see that my basic authentication password is actually my password 1. So whenever I call this API, it will go to my named value. It will go to my key vault. It will retrieve that value. It will cache it, of course, for a while. And it will then just check. So basically, I'm checking for this header with basic authentication password 1. So let's have a look at my implementation for that. So I'm now calling out to my API management, as you can see over here. I'm now calling out to API management instead of directly to my API. If I now call this with no authentication, so I don't have my authorization header over here, I get a 401 as we would expect. Now, if I call this out with my authorization header, with my basic authentication password, with my password set, I should get my data back. So already just by adding these few lines, like it's 3 lines, just by adding these 3 lines, we now all of a sudden have gone from an unprotected API to a protected API. However, like I said, basic authentication is really not that secure. It's quite easy to, if you can snip that network, you can very easily just get a password out of there. So when I'm talking about more sensitive data, which we are talking about in this case, because these are this very sensitive data, especially this data, but also this data you don't want just to get out to the world just for anyone. So let's actually just implement something better. So what we are going to do next is implement OAuth. And once again, we are using a policy for this because pretty much everything with API Management is done through policies. In this case, I have this policy validate YOT. So in this case, I'm expecting a YOT token in my authorization once again, and I expect some things to be set here. So I'm authenticating to Azure AD because this is my Azure AD configuration, and I'm going to check for some claims. I'm going to check that the application that is calling me is actually this API app registration application. So I have I have a registration in my Azure AD and this registration, only this registration can call this API. I'm also going to check if this is actually my issuer. So my issuer from my Azure AD has actually created this job token. Now, if I call this, so this one. So first I have to call out to my Azure AD, of course, because I actually have to call out and say, hey, I'm this application. So as you can see, I've got this client ID over here. I've got my client secret. I've got my scope. So if I send this in, I get back a job token. And in this job token is some data. So let's open this job token. As you can see, there are some claims in here. So I have my audience over here. I have my issuer in here. There's other claims as well that we are not using in this case. I could have some claims about, okay, which groups are you belonging to? So by this, I can already see, okay, what is the, and as you can see, it has some information like, this is my application ID in my Azure AD. Now, if I call this with this token, so I have my response here, my auth. So if I call this, if I pass in this X token in my authorization header, I should get back a response. And indeed we do. Now, if I don't have the proper token, if I call out like this, like I don't have the proper token and I call out this, I get back an unauthorized. So this way, I already have much better authentication on top of this, because now I actually have to log in. I have to get an authorization header of my yacht token, which is only which expires after, I think, like 5 minutes. So even if someone grabs this token, they can only use this token for 5 minutes, and after that, they don't have it anymore. So this is already much safer. Next, let's have a look at some misconfigurations. So, for example, we already saw that we can call our API to HTTP instead of HTTPS. So this is something that we don't really want. We are exposing all my different operations. So, for example, I'm also exposing my delete operation, which my clients actually never have to use. And what I also will show you is that we are exposing verbose error messages. So let's have a quick look at this part. So we go back to my API management. We collapse this. And first what I want to show you is that indeed we are exposing all these different operations here. So actually no, the first one is for HTTPS, sorry. So the first one is for HTTPS. So because as you saw here, I can just call my API management to HTTP as well. Now I don't want this. I want to make sure that I can only call this over HTTPS. And this is actually very easy with API management because I can just go to my settings and I just had to switch this from both to HTTPS only. So over here in my previous one, I had to set to both. In this one, I just set it to HTTPS only. So if I now call out to this one, let's see, I first have to log in. So if I call out now to this demo tree, which is the one we are now using with HTTP, I should get back a 404 resource not found because there's no endpoint which actually doesn't have this, which is exposed on HTTP. If I call the same endpoint but over HTTPS, then of course it does work. So next we are going to check for the errors, and what I first want to show you over here in my design is over here we don't have this delete operation anymore. Like I said, we have this delete operation here. I can very easily with API management just say delete, or I can add a new operation. So this is just facade, like I said. So I don't actually have to have the complete structure as my actual API. I can actually call out multiple APIs on different operations. So by deleting this delete repair, I already make sure that no one can now just delete repair. So that's also a part of security where our clients never have to call this. So I can just remove this. I'm also going to catch some errors because I will show you what happens if I call out to my API and I want to delete something that doesn't exist. I get some information back. Okay, this is still okay, like it was not found. Okay, this is not great, but not too bad either. Now, if I actually go and try to update a repair that doesn't exist, I'm getting this back. And this is actually very bad because this is going back to my client. And also, so if someone is actually trying to get into my systems, this will give them a lot of information because I already know I'm using anti-framework core. So I can start looking, as if I want to attack this API, I can start looking for vulnerabilities in anti-framework. I will also, if I look over here, I can also see that this is running ASP.NET with an MVC framework. So I can also start looking into that. So there's a lot of information for anyone that wants to attack me that they can get from this. So I never want to expose this information. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to remove the data. And in API Management, you have different, how do you say, you have different parts where you can implement a policy. So you have the inbound part, where this is as soon as my client calls me, this will be executed. So that's where we, for example, do our authorization. We have the backend part. This is when we are calling our backend. So we might want to do something there as well. And we have this outbound part, which is our response coming back and just before it goes back to the client. And that's where we want to implement this. Just before it goes back to the client, I want to check if my response code is over 500, which was in this case. If it's over 500, I'm going to check, okay, does the body contain this kind of text? If yes, then we are just going to replace it with this nice error message. If not, and still error, then we are just going to return a general error message. So if I call out to this one over here, so still I do the same, I put in all the same things, but now I'm calling out to this other one where we actually have this policy that removes that stack trace. And now all of a sudden I don't get back that whole stack trace, I just get back this repair with that ID could not be found. This is perfectly fine. I did not find it, so I might even say I might also just make another response return code on this, but in this case we just replace this error message with a nice error message, so now no one actually knows what I'm running on. They don't know I'm running on Entity Framework or anything like that. We are now again much safer. Let's have another look. So the next one we are going to look at is excess data exposure. And excess data exposure is about those full objects that we are returning. And as you could just see, I'm returning details about my repair, but also about that requester. And this is because we often trust on the client to actually filter this. But when we are exposing our data publicly, we cannot trust the client anymore because we don't know who the client is. So we might be exposing secure information that we actually don't want to expose. So as we could see here, over here, if I call out to this one, I'm just getting back all this information, including this GDPR data. And my clients actually don't need this data. My clients just need to know about this because they need to know where do they need to go, like on the guy with the mobile device or the person with the mobile device needs to know where do I need to go. They don't need to know, okay, which requester was this because they don't care about this. Only our internal system needs to know about this. So we're actually going to filter off or strip off this requesting node. So let's have a look in API Management. Oh, once again, clicking one screen. There we go. So in API Management, if you go over here, we can go to this one. We open up our policy. And over here, we will see that we have this set body. And over here, you see some C# code. Now, there, like I said, there's about 50-something policies out of the box. If you want to do something that's not out of the box, you can also create your own custom policies. And you do this with this C# code. Now, you can only use a subset of the .NET code, so don't expect that you can build like complete applications in this. It's mostly you can manipulate strings and JSON. That is mostly what you can do with this. So what we are going to do in this case, we are going to get the response that we got from our backend service, and we are going to get the response body. We are going to make a JToken out of it. We are going to check if this is an array. If it's an array, we are just going to loop over all the different repairs in there. And what we are going to do is actually from each repair, we are going to remove that requesting node. We do the same if it was just a single item. And finally, we return the response. We just return it without that requesting node. So if I call out to this API over, let's see, this one. So first authenticate, and then we are going to call out to it. And now all of a sudden, we only get back my asset. So we only get back the asset without the requesting node. So once again, by just introducing like a few lines of code, we have now made sure that we are not exposing any valuable data anymore. So once again, everything with API Management is, as you can see, it's just very easy to implement, but it helps you to really mitigate those risks that you have. Let's do one more demo, and then we are going to finish. So the last demo I want to show you is about lack of resources and rate limiting. So for example, if someone wants to brute force attack you, for example, they just try to keep calling out to your API with different passwords. So they might just like do 10,000 or 100,000 tries every minute. This is not something that you want. Or maybe they don't want to deny or service you. They are just putting a lot of stress on your APIs until all your connections are filled and you cannot actually handle proper calls anymore. Or maybe they are trying to send in large messages so that your systems get overloaded. All of these can also be solved by API management. Oh, once again, one button. This is the one I need. So let's have a look how we do this. Once again, it's through policy, of course. So let's see the policies. I have two policies in this case. The first one is my validate content. So actually, this is only 10K. So there we go. But in the first one, I'm just going to validate content, and I have this max size over here. So I'm just going to check if the max size is not over 10K. If it is over 10K, I have this exceed action that does a prevent. So it's over 10K, it just says this is not allowed. Let's hope it actually starts to refresh. The second one is my rate limiting. And this is about, you can only call me, in this case, 15 calls in 1 minute. If you call me more than 15 times in 1 minute, there we go. If you call me more than 15 times in 1 minute, you will get back a response that you are being throttled. So let's have another look. So first we are going to just call out to this API unthrottled. So I can just keep calling this, and I can call this as many times as I want. And I can now, for example, put loader.io on this, and I could just send in like thousands of requests per minute, and we'll just keep going. Let me actually just call the first do this. As you can see, I can just keep on calling this, and oh, actually, I already started throttling one. Sorry. So this is the one I'm throttling. I should have started with this one, the non-throttled one. So this one I can just keep calling. The throttle one, though, well, as you saw, I get a message back saying, hey, you are being throttled. Rate limit is exceeded. So I call this more than 15 times in 1 minute and tells me, hey, your rate limit is exceeded. Try again in 45 seconds. If I try this again, it will tell me, okay, you still have 34 seconds left. So while this is running down, let's go to the next one, which was accept data size. And my accept data size, of course, is about when I try to send in this large message that's larger than 10 KB. So if I call out this and I just start to wait because I'm probably still being throttled, yeah, so I wait more 10 more seconds. But once I call this in, put this in, I will get back a response saying, hey, this is too large. You have a message of size X. You can only do size Y. So one more second. So now I'm going to send this accept data size message in, and it will tell me your request body is 90 KB. It's only allowed to do 10 KB. So already, this is only getting to API management. This is never reaching my backend. Same with these calls that are being throttled. They are never reaching my backend. So my backend doesn't even know about these calls. API management is just taking care for my API to not be overloaded. So like I said, this was the last demo. So with that, we're almost done. So we have seen how we can implement authentication. We have seen how we can implement throttling. We have seen how we can implement things like removing HPS or HP calls, just HPS. We have seen all these different things, and all just by API management. We never had to touch our actual API. So if this is because the API is a SaaS service or whatever reason, you cannot touch your API, you cannot change there, API management will come to the rescue. And let's actually have a look at those 10 different OWASP vulnerabilities and how API management can help on those. Now, the first one is broken object level authorization, which means I have an object, for example, a specific object in my database, which, for example, I might have users, and one user is a VIP that is only allowed to be accessed by admins. API management cannot help here because this is actually something that you have to still filter on either your application or even better on your database. So API management cannot help there. However, all the other ones API management can help. Broken authentication, which we have seen today, I can implement like things like OAuth, I can implement certificate authentication, I can implement basic authentication, I can actually transform a request, so I can actually, for example, add a header or remove a header to go out my backend, and this way I can actually fix that broken authentication. So in our case, we had an open API that was still only being exposed to OAuth. I can accept data exposure, and this is one I just showed you where we are actually returning all the data from the requesters. I showed you how you can actually filter this out, or we could also have masked it. We could just have put in dummy data instead. Lack of resource and rate limiting, I also showed you. I can do rate limiting, like I can only call me for 15 times per minute or 1,000 times per month. You can also do things like that. I can set my backend concurrency, so I can actually say, okay, to my backend, I only have 10 connections. So if I have more connections than that, I also throttle that. I can throttle on the message size and all those kind of things. So there's many different ways I can throttle through API management. Broken function level authorization. So we already saw broken object level authorization, which is a specific object. That doesn't work with API management. Broken function level authorization does work though, because on each API, I can set a different authentication, for example, on each operation. So if I made the delete operation, which I actually removed in my case, but I could also have said, well, the delete operation can only be called if you are in a specific group. So that's how we can do this, to keep token-based authorization or to custom authorization. Mass assignment is when I send in a message with just a complete object. So normally I might only need to send in like a status, but I could actually say, I'm going to put in complete object and I'm going to override all the data. So mass assignment you can also prevent with API management. You already saw that validate content policy. In this policy, you can also have an additional properties field. So you can actually you can show to point to a specific schema, and everything that's not in the schema, you can say any additional properties just are not allowed. So in this case, when someone tries to send in more properties than are actually allowed, then it will just say, "Hey, this is not allowed. You get it back." It will never once again reach your backend. Security configurations, we also saw, we saw how we can do HPS, enforce HPS. You can do things like cores. We saw how we can clean up those response messages. So API management also helps here. We can also prevent injection. Once again, this validate content policy will help with that, where we can actually format the properties and actually check if someone's trying to do injection in there. Improper access management. So this is when we actually don't know what is out there. So we might have APIs that no one knows about, but are still living out there. With API management, we always know which APIs we are exposing because we are exposing to API management. And we just have all those different APIs that I just showed you. So I can immediately see which APIs are being exposed. And also for my developers, the developers of those consuming services, they also see which APIs are available to them. And finally, insufficient logging monitoring. API management has a lot of different options to actually do a lot of logging. It logs to log analytics and application insights. So I can also use things like application map to actually see what is calling what and where is latency and what is going wrong. So there's a lot of options here as well that API management will help on. So with that, I would like to say thank you. I hope you enjoyed the session. I will have a look if there's any questions in the chat. If you have any questions now, please put them in the chat. If you have questions later on, feel free to contact me on my socials. So, like I said, thank you for having me here today, and let's have a look at the questions.
That was amazing, and take a bow, the content that you just delivered in 45 minutes. That was great. I mean, I don't think you even stopped for 10 seconds. We do have some questions. Let me know if you want to take that. I'll put one by one. Okay. The first one is by KCD. What are the methods available to prevent injection flaws of API?
Yeah, so this is where that validate content policy comes in. The validate content policy is quite new. It was released around build, so a few months ago. And they just basically have a lot of options there, for example, with injection. So I would say have a look at documentation because we don't have time to actually go into all the details, but look at documentation, look up the validate content policy on API management, and we'll actually have an example of how you can prevent injection on this as well.
Wow, that was a quick answer. And next is by Arjun. He says, can I use Azure Resource Manager template to create an API management service instance?
Yes, you can. Like I said, I will share my slides later on. I will actually also share my my GitHub repository, and on my GitHub repository is actually ARM templates on my old demos, including API management. So yes, you can create API management through ARM templates and through Bicep these days as well.
Okay, let's take one last. It's by what is the minimum subnet size needed when deploying API management into a VNet?
I don't know the answer to this. I know it can be like in any VNet, so I don't know if it actually needs like a minimum VNet subnet size, so I cannot answer that one. I would also have a look at documentation, because I do know this is all described in documentation. But yes, you can actually deploy your API management in a VNet and have it working there as well.
And API management does work with Azure Express Route, isn't it?
Yes, so yes, like I said, as long as your Express Route is connected to the VNet, your API management is connected to the VNet, and then you can use it over Express Route as well.
All right, that was great, Eldert. That was great. Really loved your session, Eldert. Anything you want to plug in before we move to next session?
Just I want to say thank you for having me here today. Enjoy the rest of the sessions. And like I said, I will share my slides and my everything on Twitter. So if you want to have my slides, want to have a look at my demos, follow me on Twitter, and I will be sending it there in a couple of minutes, all the different materials you saw today.
All right, that's great. So you can follow Eldert on his Twitter. It's written on his names. You can definitely follow and connect with him there. He's pretty active. I'm connected with him on all the social media platforms, LinkedIn, Twitter. Once again, thank you so much, Eldert. I really appreciate for your time. I know there's a lot of effort that goes just to build that presentation and deliver is just another level. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And hope to see you in person, or maybe until the pandemic ends, the virtual events.
Look forward to it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, with that absolutely amazing session by Eldert, where he didn't stop even for 10 seconds. I was just listening. We now move to our next session. That's by Jasmin. He's going to talk about how to act preventively before a cyber attack and what to do when attacked. How interesting the title is. I'm really excited for this one. And Jasmin needs no introduction. He's a Microsoft MVP. He's an associate professor and pure community rock star. So without any further ado, let's invite our next speaker, Jasmin. Hi, Jasmin. Welcome to IT Security Virtual Conference.
Thank you very much, Simon. Thank you for community for just giving another shot, another chance to speak something about security this time. Okay.
I'm really happy to host you once again. It's been a while. I think I did host you in the SQL Virtual Conference. It almost like this 5-6 months back. I'm really happy to have you.
Yes.
I know we're already in a couple of minutes in your session. So we're going to do chit chat after your session ends. So feel free to go ahead and share your screen, and then I'll add it to the stream.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, share the screen. Introduction. Okay. Select vendor screen, entire screen, just to be sure. Okay. Okay. Just give me your feedback. Do you see my screen, my PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Everybody can see your screen. Next 45 minutes is all yours.
Okay. Thank you, Simon. Also, hello community. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. I don't know from which part of the side all of you are here now, but I'm sure that crowd here is interested to hear something about security. This presentation will not be operational. It will not show you how to write a command, how to do something practical, but I hope I will show you a much broader picture about security and why is this so important, especially in these days. Okay, the title is how to act preventively before cyber attack and what to do if we are under the attack. So these are two segments divided in two sections presentation. In first part, I will try to show you from my experience, from my company, from my field of work, what we are doing to actually prevent as much as possible any type of cyber attack, and what we are doing if something goes wrong. And so this presentation is purely based on the experience, my personal experience, and my experience of my company, and the experience of my co-workers and my colleagues. Okay, these are the timetables. We will start with strategy. because most important part in any decision-making strategy, without that, it's ad hoc. And we are doing ad hoc, then in that case, we will make mistakes. So strategy, planning, policies, testing, what if actually attack is happening, and awareness as a crucial part of any practical skill set, also in security, how to keep your crowd, your team, your company, your whatsoever security aware enough to actually respond, because you need that all your employees, your all teammates actually be on your side. If they are not aware, in that case, they unconsciously actually working for the other side. I mean, bad guys and bad girls. But before the attack and before the start, I just wanted to show you a couple of more slides, just to give you a hint and raise your awareness if you are not enough in security, just to see how things are bad, especially in this COVID-19, before the COVID, but especially in COVID-19 cybersecurity space. Okay, this is my favorite slide. Always open all my sessions with this topic, with something similar, but this one actually show you from the site informations are beautiful, and the subsections involve biggest data breaches and hacks. You have you can find on your own from 2009, actually from 2008, and from 2021, all the biggest reported data breaches in the world. And you see on these names, Facebook, I don't know, Marriott, Microsoft down below, Marriott 2 times, Yahoo 2 times by billion, and so on and so on. So each of these numbers are the millions and the billions. So if this happened, if these cybersecurity incidents actually happen to the big players, such as Facebook, such as Microsoft, Marriott Hotel, and so on, that should ring the bell to all of us, that we also need to think very carefully about our security policies, about our security strategy, to actually see maybe something is going to us below the radar. Maybe you don't know for that. The worst case scenario, it will be that someone is inside your perimeter, network, database, application, name it of IT layer, but you're not aware of it. And if you're not aware of it, so all of your security policies are failing, because you simply can't detect anything unusual inside. So this presentation is actually I hope will show you the strategy tips and tricks, how to align your cybersecurity to actually respond on all these events. Okay, these are the big players, but the most recent attacks, I believe you follow them on your Twitter accounts and Facebook and LinkedIn, but a couple of them are actually 1 week old. So the last Friday, actually the Kaseya ransomware attack was launched in USA, and that type of attack is actually knocked down thousands of IT and non-IT businesses. Why? Because they use Kaseya software, and Kaseya software was under supply chain attack, and the code base was compromised. So anyone that actually used that service under or inside their company will actually be exposed, and they were exposed under Kaseya ransomware attack. And actually, it was biggest ransomware attack so far in the IT history last Friday. Just a couple of days before that, the print nightmare was also critical Windows principal vulnerability, actually, that also hit very hard the IT community, because the most PCs and laptops actually under the Windows. So each PC had the print spoiler service started by automatically, so they were exposed. Microsoft actually situation is so bad that they just give you a hint to ad hoc solve the solution. You need to actually to start the service, and I believe they released the patch 2 days before, but the patch was not 100% okay, because in some cases attack is still was able to do. So you see that these kind of the attacks is actually happening each day, and in this case are not only the big players under the attack. Why? Because now the attackers actually tried to find the most cool, the most used service that actually is below the all of all our businesses, and when they compromise that service, actually they compromise all the layers below and above of that IT product, service, and actually it is also ring the bell in this case that even in cloud-based environments, the attacker can also find a way to hit us very hard. So the ransomware is actually the attack number one in the world, especially in non-IT and also in IT companies. Okay, COVID-19 reality check. You are all aware that with this pandemic, is actually the cybersecurity was really under the pressure. Departments, CISOs, all the companies was forced to move the working force from the offices outside the offices in the unsecure environment. Also, they're working from home. Some common spaces, centers. Public Wi-Fi. So, from my perspective, I'm working especially in a company. Actually, the great software. Our employees are working from home, from co-working spaces. From bus stations. In the nature, they just need 5G, 4G, or Wi-Fi access to actually do something useful. But also, as they are outside our secure environment, that actually create the bunch of endpoints that actually increase the cybersecurity risk. If you look at this chart, you will see that from 2020. From 2019 into 2020, this percentage actually show us how much is increased in this each category comparing 2019. So before the COVID-19 outbreak, you see the phishing and scam and fraud and ransomware is actually are the most exposed and most strong in a bad way, strong type of the attacks that actually hit each and every day, every part of the IT environment in the world. But we are just not aware of it, because if you use decent anti-malware software, if we use if we are following the rules, cybersecurity policies, we are inside the VPN, we are using 2FA and so on. Actually, this kind of the attacks can't hurt us. But if you are lack of any of these that I mentioned before, then you should maybe think much better to try to increase something in your cybersecurity awareness. And as a final in this intersection, in September 2020, there was the two fatal outcomes of the ransomware, where the German hospital was under the attack of the ransomware attacker, and the system actually was live support system for two patients was encrypted, and there was no help for these. Actually, I believe it was one woman and one man, and actually they died. they die because the medical personnel was not able to do anything because their life support was under the PC. The PC was under the attack. So you see that the brave new cybersecurity world is actually now have to deal with situation and risk where the human life can be potentially at the risk, and situation that actually people will die in this type of attacks. Okay, let's start now. What you will need to do, what you need to think, and actually maybe just as a information, as a input parameters in your mind to get the bigger picture and to start to see the battlefield below you, in front of you, and behind you that actually is all around of us. Okay. The most important part is strategy. As I mentioned before, any type of business, cybersecurity, architecture, anything without proper planning, without strategy, vision, and implementation is ad hoc. Ad hoc is okay in some segment, in some phases as a startup, when you need to be agile and you need to be adapt and move very quickly. But at some point in time, you will see that this ad hoc actually they create a lot of risk behind you, and you will simply not be able to respond all of them. Why? Because situation is move very quickly. So this picture is actually give you a hint about usual day online, and this fortress, it can be your company, it can be your home, and all the soldiers outside is actually trying to get benefit, of course illegal benefit inside your resources, and they're trying to go through the firewall, to your threat model, to actually try to challenge your incident response teams and so on. And on the top of your tower should be the main security strategy head of team person, or many of them. It depends on the size of your business. But without security in management level, CSO, CISO, you name it, the acronym is irrelevant here. Just that person should be security aware, with decent technical knowledge about IT, and really strong security background to actually get the vision, create it, based on that, create a strategy and deliver that strategy or vertically and horizontally inside all your company, inside all your departments. If you don't have CISO inside the company, as a first aid, security department should help. But again, security department should have head of security and the operational level individuals. But head is really down below, and there is no direct connection between that part and management. So any decision making will be with delay. But in some cases, the delay is not an option, because you need to act very quickly. To be honest with you, today situation in world today is actually force us to rethink the security again, because security as before is a monolith. It's really hard to move. It's really hard to change, because there's a lot of elements inside that actually put all together. But if you need to replace something inside your system, it's really hard to do. So the security will need to become very agile, very mobile, very adaptive in modern IT environment world, because attackers is actually evolving. Attackers and the attacks evolving each day. And each of these attacks here I show you actually was too advanced. They are so advanced that classic security simply was not able to recognize them, and actually to create the policy strong enough to eliminate this kind of threat. And the worst case scenario, that your security is dependable on IT department, because IT department is IT, not security. Yes, they need to handle security on the operational level, but in this case, the security strategy and implementation is on them. And maybe their set of skills and knowledge is not strong enough to actually fulfill all these needs. When you have a strategy, then you need to go in a plan, actually to plan to defend your business. The crucial part is risk analysis. Yes, it's boring, it's theory, but without risk analysis, again, we are speaking about ad hoc. And ad hoc, again, it means you will make a mistake. We will also make a mistake here, but with risk analysis, there is a system. So you should identify the critical processes, items, entities inside your business, and try to calculate the risk. For example, login screen on your web page, application layer, database layer, each endpoint you should analyze and say, okay, risk is 50%, 99%, 10% that actually someone will try or penetrate based on their skills and knowledge set. Also, the crucial part is to make a decision. Are you going to force your company, if you are in strategy, or if you are on the C level, are you going to force the ISO 27001, GDPR, HIPAA, CCPA, and all other bunch of security standards, policy, registration, laws that you actually need to implement to support your business? But for example, I'll just give you a hint about ISO. ISO is really good because ISO will give you all the information and the policies and the rules how to set the scene. But ISO is actually a really monolith. So ISO is not for small side business. I will be brave enough to say even for middle size of business, if you are moving too fast, if for example your teammates and your team actually needs to adapt based on the client requirement, that in some cases can be ISO not compatible, that in this case you should make a decision. Are you going to say that your client also you need to be ISO, or you will try to say I will not use ISO in this specific case, but in audit control that specific case could give you some really bad scores, and audit policy can actually take ISO from your company. So yes, you should make decision about are you going to use or implement each of these. Also, threat modeling. What you need to be secure, who is responsible, technical, non-technical control, how to support people. All of these items are important, and they are the part of the job of CISO. The CISO needs to actually create the bigger picture, big plan, calculate the risk, recognize as much as possible potential risky situation, and then create the policies. So the next step are the policies. Create the policies and the plan how to execute that policy and how they will control execution of this policy, because policy is a piece of paper or PDF if you are looking at the digital version. But if you say, okay, this is a password policy, and let's use it. We are going to be a cool company. We'll use 2FA, anti-malware, remote and beyond, and so on. But if there is no control, and if everything stays on, there is a policy, and no anything else after that, I believe you will have just a bunch of policies without any meaning. So you need to actually to force, control, measure each policy. For example, in my current position in company, say, so any policy, let's say abuse, any policy not following, actually finish on my desk or in my mailbox. So decision about that is on me. But we have the monitoring policy and mechanism actually to follow and try to give us insight how the employees, personnel, contractors, and so on, even our clients actually handle our policy. Are they using, or they're using that? I'll just try to give you point you in couple of policies, especially in this slide, that they are really important in this remote work, COVID-19, and after. I really hope after COVID-19, I believe this situation we will actually soon as much as possible, and we are going to back in some kind of normal. But this remote buzzword will stay. The mindset has changed. The business has changed. So the people have changed. I have changed. I'm working from home for a year and a half. So I'm okay with that. Yes, I'm going to the office. I'll visit my colleagues. Yes, we drink the coffee. Yes, we go outside. But my work is actually perfectly fine in situation like this. But each employee, including myself, for example, you have a company with, I don't know, 200 employees. Each of these 200 employees is now unsecure endpoint, because Wi-Fi, 5G, 4G, they are working from bus station, I don't know, name it. So you need to create the rules and policies to try to secure enough. It is not possible to secure 100% anything. So each person that actually deals with cybersecurity and security in general knows that ultimate security does not exist. So we are trying to achieve in some percentage. So we will try to defend, to secure these 200 employees as much as possible. So MFA policy, 2FA. So each endpoint of access, I don't know, Gmail, Outlook, Office 365, Azure AVS accounts should be defended with at least 2FA access, because the password simply is not good enough. So the 2FA is decreasing risk enormously, and increase security enormously in that part of security. Also, you should create remote work policy. Depend on your business, depend on your needs, because there is no magic stick that will say, okay, magic and there's a policy. You should analyze your employees, your hardware, your software, your services, your everything, and based on that, create the remote work policy that your employees should apply. Also, the most important part is bring your own device policy. Yes, we all use phones now, smartphones. We use, I don't know, corporate emails, corporate Teams, corporate Gmail, everything corporate on our corporate laptops, because corporation is both for us and give it to us, and we are using on our personal phones, personal smartphones. And that's a tricky part, because the personal phone is under my control. It's mine, but I'm using the company resources on my personal phone. So you should create the bring your own device policy and install, control, again, strategy, planning policy. So on the strategy level, you should recognize it and enforce that each smartphone should have A, B, C, D, F, G, I don't know, use all alphabet if you need, of the software, of the anti-malware, of the audit, also, again, name it, to actually secure that kind of device. If employee will say, okay, this is my private smartphone, I will not install any of these, it's okay, it's perfectly fine with me, but you should not use the device, but I will create the services that actually will not be usable from the personal item. So you see that each of the policies, and there's a bunch of policies that you need to create, will actually create an environment that should prevent cyber attack. Even if the attack happen, if someone try to brute force the attack of the company email, if you use 2FA, that attack will fail before the start. If you use this encryption policy and someone will try to physically install your machines from employees, and you implement AS256, that kind of attack will fail before the start. If they are using, if they are trying to deliver malicious payload through the email, phishing email, such as ransomware, and you have anti-malware policy, company anti-malware services, then this kind of the attacks will actually finish before they start. So all this story last 25 minutes, half an hour, is actually leads you to create an environment that will try to prevent, and if attacks start, it will stop the attack before actually create something malicious. Try to create something malicious inside your perimeter. And the key point, policy, strategy, planning, policy, execution. You should have security exercise and testing. Why? Because if your team, you will see later in the presentation, there's a different kind of teams inside your cybersecurity division department, and if those teams are not tested, they don't have drills, they don't have exercise, military exercise. Under the quotes, they don't know, and you don't know, as a strategy or somewhere in between, how they will respond in the case of the cyber phishing attempt, ransomware, and so on. So this policy needs to be verified by practical application. You should, demonstrate. You should create control environment, controlled attack inside your company to see is my 2FA policy good enough? Is my bring your own device policy good enough to actually survive some real world situation? And we will be really amazed in how many situations these policies are so strong, but you will see that they are failing, and always and again on the weakest chain, in weakest part of the chain, and that's the human. Yes, you will see that always fails somewhere in most stupid situation that employee will even I will do the action actually is not covered by policy because it's so trivial, and they will trigger the attack. But I say this trivial because your policy should be detailed enough to even respond in these trivial situations. If they're not, you should recognize that and bring back the policy, but I will explain that later. When I say a bunch of teams inside your company, again, red and blue teams are kind of, I don't know, expensive toys, because if your company is not big enough, if your company does not have enough employees to actually support this kind of structure, then forget it. But if you have a company big enough, middle and enterprise class business, let's say 500 employees and more, especially worldwide and geo distribution, then red team and blue team are really good exercise teams in your special forces that try to find the weakest links, weakest spot, and weakest part of your policy. So the red team is actually try to create the control attack, actually control attack with malicious something. It can be anything. So this kind of the attack are planned on annual basis. But the blue team by definition is IT department. So IT personnel skilled enough that will try to actually detect, respond, and prevent the red team attack inside your controlled environment. Why? It's much better that someone inside your company find that your, I don't know, your software you actually create is capable to create data leak of your database, because your developers are not created secure enough coding practical skill set to actually create decent software. But the red team and pen testing team should detect that before your software goes outside to your client, and in that case it will be a much bigger damage and shame, and maybe you could lose your business. Even in much more detailed scenario, there's a purple team. Purple team is actually is a middle layer between red and blue. If they are big enough. For example, red team is in New York, and blue team is in Sydney, and purple team is, I don't know, in London. So because this geo distribution, there's need that someone is actually coordinate this kind of type of actions, but this is an enterprise class for business. But you should at least try to find one person inside the company and give them red team medal, and one person and give them the blue team medal. Push them to the skill set, give them education, and give them, okay, I will give you 6 months, 1 year. Try to find is there anything wrong with my security inside my company, and those results, when they're fine or they will not find anything, should be confirmed with outside red team testing. When you hire I don't know, consulting service or some other company, again under the NDA, they'll try to penetrate inside your company based on different type of attacks. Then you will see is your security policies department and personnel actually up to challenge to respond adequately in any kind of situation. Now you can actually even check yourself while I'm speaking this presentation. I'm almost done. You see, these two web pages have been bound, and actually how is secure my password. Actually, the official sites they are totally okay. Don't worry. That on the first you can type your personal email or corporate mail, and they will actually try to go through all the deep web database leaks to see is there any reference based on your email. If they find your email they will give you the red light and say, okay, your email is shown, I don't know, in Marriott breach, in Yahoo breach, with last name, first name, credit card number, hashes, and so on and so on. So it will give you information. Do you need to act immediately or not? Even if you are a security head or above, you can force that your IT department actually use the servers of have IBM Pound to connect with your company email to give you a pushback notification immediately when the company email is actually shown, find anywhere in the deep web. And the next page, how secure is my password? This actually it's an 8-character password, and you see this is a combination of the numbers, of the special signs, small caps, and lower caps. So any combination, and you see that this 8-character password should be and can be break with brute force, not dictionary attack, because there is no var and FWO1 dash. That word it actually does not exist in dictionary. So this 8 hours is a brute force attack. Now, why I actually showing you 8-character password here? Because there's a bunch of companies, personnel, employees that actually they are stuck. I don't know why they are stuck somewhere with the 10 years old policy that password should be maximum 8 characters long. Why? Because the password with 8 characters can be broke with 8 hours actually job long done. So that passwords are not secure. Without 2FA, for example, so this password can give you full sense of security. You say it's not a word, it's not dictionary, it's not anything. It's totally a bunch of random of characters. I'm secure enough. No, not secure. So if someone targets you and get the hash of your password will be tracked down during the 8 hours, even less. So anything less of 12 characters, 16, I advise, is simply doesn't make sense. So check yourself, please, and see are your infrastructure, are your policies, are your emails actually strong enough in this segment. Okay, after the attack, actually, this is a scenario of most of the attacks when the bad guys and girls in section 1 try to use social engineering, their social skills, your social accounts, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, to actually create profile of you. You'll be amazed how many information can be gathered of each one of us online, and the person and the company, malicious company, because when I say malicious company, there is no how to put this way. Okay, the time when you have the one hacker that actually do something for fun and try to become famous is actually long gone. Now you have organizations, state-sponsored crimes that companies, individuals, groups actually sponsor, enforce, and push by the entire state to do something wrong and bad. So if they target you, they will create a profile of you, believe me. And based on that profile, they will create a dedicated payload for you, especially for you. Not for all of your employees, especially for you. And they will launch that deploy. And if you are fail with your security, that payload will go inside your infrastructure through the firewall, through the website, etc., and actually go deep down inside your cloud environment, or inside your on-prem environment, or inside your hybrid environment. And based on that, they will try to find the database files depending why they are attacking you, and they will try to actually pull all this stuff out. But your cybersecurity should have the cybersecurity incident policy and team ready. They are always on standby, and you should also have the mechanism to actually detect something is going wrong here. If you detect something on the phase 4, yes, it's okay, but it's too late. If you detect something in phase 3, much better, but you should stop exfiltrate of your data in the process. If you detect something in stage 2, it's the best case scenario because the payload is launched, but is on the entry level or is not even go inside. Or if you can detect that someone is actually searching for you, asking for you, and do some research based on your activities. It's really hard to detect this phase, but it is possible if you have, I don't know, a lot of mechanisms inside your own system to actually see if someone trying to see anything ordinary or not so ordinary based on your profiles. So this team should detect the incident. Incident doesn't mean breach. Breach is between phase 2 and 3 and 4. So incident is 1 and 2. So they'll try to detect incident and try to prevent bad situation happen. How? Okay, they can give a head start to the bad guys and girls to actually see what they are up to do. So if they are attacking, they think that everything is okay, but there's a big brother inside your team actually take control of the situation all the time, and they can cut off in any moment this communication. So yes, it's really dangerous part of the job, but it's the best case scenario because you will see it's actually who is on the other side. If you pull the hard stop immediately, yes, you will prevent the attack, but you will lose connection and possibly lose any link. It's actually who is behind this attack. So incident doesn't mean breach. So your incident response team is actually the other part of the story, what to do if something goes wrong. So this team is actually the mixed. Again, it's depending of your business. So if you are a non-IT company, you should hire IT professional skill set person with cybersecurity skill set, IT skill set, and in some situation, team lead skill set, because that team should have the person actually the lead of them in correct way to correctly respond in this situation. And these are the roles: team leader. It's obvious who is a team lead. Lead investigator is the highly technical person or persons. If you are speaking of a bigger team, that is, for example, have the skills in network security, database security, application security, encryption policies. So because you don't know in which part of your infrastructure policies was a breach, so you need to cover with all expertise all these elements to actually because without that you can't recognize part of the system where is leaking. Communication lead is a PR person that will in the Facebook case, in the supply chain attack, in the Microsoft case. So in the big role, in the role of the big players, PR that actually goes in front of the public and say, we are cool, we are fine, yes, we are breached, that's fine, that's cool, don't worry, we are have a situation under control, but they are not. So it's a typical PR lead. Documentation is important because you need to document all the steps, because you will see on the last slides why you need to have all these papers or digital implementation to actually push back with feedback loop all this knowledge of the breach back on the square one. And the legal representation in some cases the court of law can be triggered, so the lawsuits and so on you need to be covered also in this part. And you can see in this cybersecurity incident action steps, let's say one scenario. Okay, something is going. We have a project incident, internal, public relations, detection analysis, all this stuff, and lesson learned. When you write the post-mortem document, when you describe what was happened from A to B to Y, and you say, okay, this attack was happened because one of the employee was not turned off 2FA and is not turned the encryption policy. Okay, how is that possible? Okay, now we are going back to the policies and see. I see that there is a no forcing part, because we are leaving to the employees their own their free will. Are they going to do actually to activate 2FA or not? So you should force to your IT department that 2FA and encryption list policy should be launched as that, without their knowledge or without their consent, because they are using a corporate infrastructure. So it's a security policy. Yes, they will be informed. Yes, we are doing something, but it is not an option, it's mandatory. So yes, with lesson learned, you will recognize all these situations that should be fixed in the strategy, planning, and policy part. Just quickly, 10 steps to cybersecurity. I will give this presentation on my GitHub repository. I'll give you access. So just follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn. You will have the link. It's the basics. But again, you will see how much companies and individuals simply are not following these rules. For example, the fourth one, USB sticks. I don't remove medical controls. It's so tempting, and you will see when you leave the stick in this control the attack. When you create the stick, that actually will install keylogger on the laptop of your own employee. You will see that they're using these sticks and they're just putting inside their laptops. It's curiosity, it's human nature, but you should prevent this with the policies. Yes, it's the basics. We are speaking about it all the time, but people will always use in 70% cases that USB drive and put it on inside the PCs, company PC or not. And the last one, awareness. Awareness should be created with all these steps before, but you should make the fun of that. Don't create the enemies inside your company, because security is a blocker. Security is hard. Security is heavy. But let's make it cool. Let's make it fun of them. So the quizzes, tests, games, and so on. We'll give a note of that. But on the same side, you will get information and data. Are your employees are good enough with phishing attempt, ransomware, or if they are developers, are they using, for example, OWASP top 10 cybersecurity recommendation to create best code as much as possible. And yes, this is my city, Mostar in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's a beautiful city in the Mediterranean Sea. It's a famous Mostar Old Bridge. Now it's 41 degrees Celsius outside. So after the pandemic, please feel free to come in Mostar, and please find me, and I will drink coffee with you. I will be happy to show you this beautiful city in my country. This is me. GitHub, LinkedIn, and so on, just use my handle at Jasmin Azemovic. You can find the most of my professional and educational activities inside these services. Okay, I'll now stop sharing. Back to Simon. Actually, back to questions to see what's going on here.
All right, Jasmin, if I say that wasn't a great session, I would lie. That was so much of content, many slides coming in. But I need your help, Jasmin, because I think I'm in trouble. And why did I say that? Following your session, I did visit to the website and check what I found. 4 companies, right, have breached my data. And what is very interesting, Jasmin, that when one of my friends told me about it, I didn't take it very seriously. And he did. And if you see the company that have been pawned is Canva.com, which is amazing company. Domino's India, Dubmatch was just like TikTok then, and then this Sendbird. Now this is very important email ID that I have because, to be very honest, I use this for my credit card and bank purposes. One thing that is also very interesting is when one of my friends sent me this data that was leaked by Domino's India. It has my contact number, email ID, my address, whatever I ordered, my location, everything. Now I'm really scared. I didn't take that very seriously. Now what should I actually do now? Should I just go and change my password? I don't know if that will help. Or if I go ahead and start changing email ID, it would be very challenging for me. So what should I do now anyway?
Okay, Simon. Unfortunately, you are now the raw middle here. But okay, I will give you a couple of hints. Okay, first you should decide: do you need this service anymore? If not, just turn off the account and delete it. But if you use them now and use them in the future, just prompt change your password immediately and activate 2FA on that account. If they don't have 2FA, I hope they have. Please use different password in each one of them, and please try to make it hard to guess.
So suggestion, Jasmin. So if I visit any website and their option that, hey, create an account using classic email ID and password, or create an account using OAuth. So I would always prefer using an OAuth, and I would do this way. And I think which one is the better way, the OAuth or creating an account from scratch?
Oh, again, depends. Maybe account from scratch should be long-term better. But if you don't have time, if you want to do that, the first option also is okay. But from scratch sounds better to me.
Yeah. My goodness, I need to do something with my accounts. I'll have to
do something immediately, ASAP. After the session, please do that.
So that was really helpful for me. I hope everyone watching really enjoyed your session. There was a lot of great content coming in just around 45-50 minutes. Really love hosting you, Jasmin. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
Okay, just to say thank you to all of you. Please, Simon, can you just send me these questions? I will try to write something about that, and I will send back to you that you can give these people answer to them. Also, it was great again to be the part of the CSharpCorner community. I really enjoy it, and I really hope in near future I will be able to come here in your country to actually speak. In front.
We would love to host you, and I would also love to visit your beautiful city. I just saw that picture.
Thank you.
Jasmin, thank you. Have a nice weekend, and see you soon. Ta-da. Bye-bye. All right, with that amazing session, we now move to our second final session of the day. That's one Mirza. I'm hosting Mirza for the very first time. Mirza is a DevOps engineer. And I'm really excited because he's going to talk about security and low-code, no-code development. Now, I personally love low-code, no-code because when I was graduating, there was only low-code, no-code in the market. It may be, I started with RPA, then even with Azure AutoML and all that part, also with Power Platform. Low-code, no-code is the next big thing, and it looks very promising. So talking about securities in low-code, no-code is very interesting. So without any further ado, let's invite our next speaker, Mirza, because I cannot say his last name, so I'll have to take help from him. Oops. Hi Mirza, welcome to the IT Security Virtual Conference.
Hi everyone, hi Simon, and thank you for being part of this amazing conference. I would like to again thank you because this is my first time at CSharpCorner, and it's my pleasure to be part of this community and this conference.
I really appreciate Mirza for accepting the invitation. Thank you so much. Really happy to have you hosting for the first time. But before we even I hand over you to session, which I know we're only 10 minutes in your session, I would like to know how you say your last name.
Dautbegovic.
Oh my goodness, I cannot do that. As an Asian, it's very tough for me. Never mind, Mirza. Feel free to go ahead and share your screen, and then add it to the stream, and we will do chit chat towards the end of your session.
Okay, just give me a second. Can you see my screen first?
Not now. Not yet. Did you click on share screen?
Yeah.
Blue button. That pops up.
Share screen.
You'll have to select the window.
Give me a second.
On the desktop.
Just give me a second. I know what's problem.
Okay, so let me say, when you click on share screen, it shows you a pop-up right window. In that you get three options. The first one is entire screen, then window, then Chrome tab. Now, if you're selecting an entire screen, you actually need to click on that screen or on that window and then click on share. All right, so it looks like Mirza popped out. It often happens. One of the challenge with working with StreamYard, it works in your browser, and sometimes you would just end up closing the browser and then the speaker drops. But never mind. Okay, Mirza is back. Welcome back, Mirza. Welcome back to IT Security Virtual Conference.
Okay, just
it has happened. Yeah, I can finally see your screen now with an amazing background. Did you take this picture?
Okay, now I think you see my presentation.
Yes, next 35-40 minutes is all yours, Mirza.
Great, thank you so much. So, again, hello everyone, and welcome to my session. First of all, again, thanks to organizers of this amazing conference, and thank you for selecting me to be part of it. So my topic for today is security in low-code, no-code development. I choose this topic because it's pretty, let's say, hot topic, and in future it will be definitely, let's say, pretty exciting to see what will be do inside this low-code, no-code development. So just a few words about me. I work as DevOps engineer at Endava. I'm also DevOps Institute ambassador. Also, one of DevOps Institute ambassadors from Bosnia and Herzegovina is also one of the speakers at this conference, Mustafa Toroman. He also was a DevOps Institute ambassador. And also, I'm community-led Bosnian Clouds. That's the pretty new community. So I'm start with building this amazing community currently on Bosnian language with a lot of different topics about clouds. So you can follow me on LinkedIn and on Twitter. So let's jump inside topic. So first of all, let's clarify what is low-code, no-code development. Many of you are maybe already work with these types of development platforms or development environments. In most of case, it's visual software development environments where you have some kind of drop downs, or you just use drag and drop options there. So basically, you just pull some, I don't know, menus, search box, even login forms to some place on your screen normally. And then using this, let's say, drag and drop, you building your application. And for beginners, that's awesome. That's really awesome. Even if you never wrote a single line of code with these platforms, you can easily build many applications, and you can build even some more complex application than you think that you can. So This is pretty cool because with zero knowledge of any programming languages, you can build everything. Okay, not almost everything, but you can build some simple applications, even some websites, because some of low-code, no-code platforms offers you to develop entire website in just few clicks. For example, one good example is Wix.com. So with Wix.com, with zero knowledge, you can build entire website. Even WordPress in some cases can be a low-code, no-code platform because you just install some plugin, some theme that you like, and you are ready to share some blog posts or have some kind of web page there. So let's just go through these platforms. We have few of them. For example, Appian, Microsoft PowerFX, as I mentioned, Wix, Oracle Application Express, and there's a bunch of them. I think these platforms are rising, especially in this COVID situation. And my next slide is really about that. I must say this COVID, because we hear this COVID word during these past 2 years very often. And I think the COVID give us lesson how to move quickly through the entire application lifecycle to entire development process. For example, teams start working remotely. We are developing application maybe much quicker than before because we must develop them quicker than before. What's the main point about these low-code, no-code platforms during this Corona time is that you can really quick develop application. For example, you need some simple website for some client. Okay, no worries, just a few drag and drops and you have website. You need some login screen, no worries. Again, you have some options there. You can use pre-built login screens, pre-built login forms, and just drag and drop. You have everything in place. Everything's pretty fine and shiny, and it's ready. So you spend less time on development process instead of, I don't know, for example, if you need 2 months for some basic website with some, I don't know, login screen, some profile. Let's say you need approximately 2 months. With low code, no code, you can develop this in maybe 1 week. And that's pretty cool, For management perspective, it's cool, you don't pay too much for developers, you have website for your client, you get money for that, and that's cool. And one point is that you don't need traditional developers. For example, if you need 5 developers to build some website, in low code, no code, you maybe need 1 or 2. And for management, that's also cool because they have cutting costs and they have application on the end for client ready and everything is shiny. They get money and that's cool. For management, that's cool. But for IT people, that's not cool because there's a lot of security issues with this kind of development. And we will talk about this later. So maybe next slide will show you why low code, no code is good for education. You are maybe see this screen many times. I mean, this program Scratch. In my country, usually kids start learning programming with this kind of tool. And this is, let's say, a good point why low code, no code is good for some parts of IT. For example, if kids start off coding, for them it's pretty hard to understand all of these magic words. Kids don't know what mean for int e, or they don't understand, I don't know, functions, all that stuff. But this visual representation of code for kids is pretty cool. They see a lot of different colors, they can build something, they have some kind of animation, so they see what's happening there. So for them, it's pretty interesting. But they will never understand. Of course, in this stage, they will never understand what's happening behind scenes, but they see that something's moving. So for them, this is awesome opportunity to learn coding. Let's go to the future of the coding, because if you're talking about future of the coding, more applications will be developed using low-code, no-code platforms. That's the fact. So when we move into the future, definitely the traditional coding are going to die, and that's the sad. From one side, that's the true sadness, but otherwise you see that in future, if we, I don't know, develop a good low-code, no-code platforms, we will definitely have awesome products. We can develop products more efficiently, we can develop products quickly, but at this point, I think it's not. These platforms are still unsecure. You will see later why. If we start using this kind of platforms, build time of any kind of application will be decreased. You don't need to spend 1 year to build some application. You will just need maybe 1 month. So by forecast, low-code, no-code tools will account more than 65% of all development activity by 2024. So that's the, I think, good prediction, because definitely in the future, we will have this kind of platforms and more application will be developed using these platforms. Non-tech people will develop their application easier. There are many, let's say, students who are never tried to code something. There are a lot of people who have great ideas, but let's say realization of that idea is pretty expensive. They need to pay developers, they need to pay, I don't know, QAs to test that, and everything. They need to pay some kind of platforms to host that application. But with some kind of low-code, no-code platforms, they can prepare and they can, let's say, make their ideas real for, let's say, 10% of some price. So the low-code, no-code platforms are definitely worth of waiting. But that's the future, definitely. It's not still at the point. The future of coding is no coding at all. This is the ex-CEO of GitHub said. But also one pretty interesting story about something like this. The previous speaker, Jasmin Azemovic, was my professor at faculty. And a few years ago, he told exactly like this, even before this CEO of GitHub. He told us that the future of coding will be drag and drop. And that was, I think, a few years ago. So the predictions are real. So definitely this will be the point for future to be part of it. So what we have, if we talk about security in traditional environments, the story is more, let's say, traditional. If you ever work with some kind of development team or in development company that develops some kind of product, we already go through all of these. What's the good if we have, let's say, traditional approach to security? We have a control over entire application life cycle. What does that mean? That means that we have control over the source code of that application. We have control over developers, because we know that developers developing application in our environment, we give them some, I don't know, data inputs, and we know that database and all data are hosted inside, I don't know, some our environment. Is that maybe on-prem? Is that on the cloud? That's also depends from company to company. But in general, the entire, let's say, security of application is in our hands. So that means that code security is under our control. So as I mentioned, you see the code. You know that your code is hosted on some GitHub, on-prem or in the cloud. That's also depend from company to company. But we know where is this code stored, and we are, let's say, securing these code repositories. Next step is infrastructure. Why is this important? This is important because if you use some low-code, no-code platforms, you never know where this server is. Is it on some cloud? Is it on some data center? And who have access to this infrastructure? Who have access to server where my application is running? These days, security is pretty hot topic, and if we host our application somewhere else, let's say the people who work inside these companies can easily go to that server login, find our code, go through the code, see data there. They can sell that data, and our application don't have any sense anymore to have that kind of application, because someone else have data and someone else have access to that application, and that's really shame on us and shame on our business. Also, I would like to add here something more is During this traditional, let's say, software development, we also have this kind of pipelines that's also modern in this DevOps age. So basically, it's pretty important to have security over these pipelines. So it's not only security over the code, over the infrastructure. There's also security over the pipelines. If I write code inside my local machine and start this pipeline somewhere else, my code being published somewhere, go through network, go through this pipeline, and being published to some kind of servers. But also it's important to have, let's say, this kind of pipeline secured. So I know that my code is, let's say, 90% secure. You can never say that your code is 100% secure, but that's not true at all. Also, a good point is to have some security teams. I mean, this is in traditional environments. As my previous colleague said, Jasmin, he told that you can have red team, blue team, purple team. You can have security experts inside your company, so they can easily manage entire application. They can hack your application from inside, and then you can fix all of these bugs, vulnerabilities, and all that stuff even before your application is go inside the public, inside production environment. And that's, from security perspective, is pretty cool. You can easily have control over your application. You know what are weaknesses, what are the bugs, so you can fix them. But with low code, no code, the story is a bit different. And then let's jump inside the security in this kind of environments. In this kind of platforms, there's always a race between security, speed, and productivity. Why? Because normally they want to have customers, they want to have users that will use their application frequently. They want that some user, if I was subscribed to your platform, I want to be able to develop your application as quickly as possible. So if I'm let's say, subscribed to your environment, to your platform, I want to build something, let's say, in 2 days. And that's always a race between security, productivity. If I subscribe it, how can fast I develop some application, but where is the security then? That's always gap between productivity and security, at least in this kind of environments. Currently, unfortunately, most of these, let's say, platforms are, let's say, black box environment. Why? We see only, let's say, front end. We see very nice GUI that's pretty cool. You have different options, drag and drop, different menus, but you don't know what's happened behind the walls. You see only the, let's say, some kind of shiny doors, but you don't know what's happened behind that. Maybe that's the one of the reasons why these low code, no code platforms are still, let's say, used only for some parts of business. For example, banking at this point will never use low code, no code platforms at all, because there are a lot of sensitive data there, and I think there is no bank in the world who will easily switch to some kind of low code, no code platform to develop some kind of applications. Someone else maintain our code. When I say maintain our code, I mean they maintain some kind of source code repository, someone else, and they have a real access to that code. Basically, what we have access is just some drag and drop options. So basically, drag something on screen, drop it from screen, save it. That's all options that we have, at least at this point. There's different options. To be honest, there's different platforms that offer you, currently some platforms even offer you to see some kind of code, but that's just one part of application. They give you options to see, okay, you can see just, I don't know, maybe 20% of your code, 80% of code are maintained by some XY platform. And what's the code is stored on different location. That's also one pretty, let's say, catchy point, because if you live in Europe and your code is stored in USA, that's some issue with law. There's a different security standards that you must, let's say, to follow to achieve some kind of security inside your application. And this is, as I mentioned, black box because you never know where this code is stored. Even if a platform told you, okay, your code is, I don't know, in Europe, you never know where this code is. It's just the trust between you and this platform. And as I mentioned, these kind of platforms are pretty good for some small projects, but definitely at this point of time for enterprise applications, there is no need to use these kind of applications, at least at this point of time. But for future, we will see. Let's go to deeper inside this security in this low-code, no-code environment. As I mentioned, there is lack of visibility. Code you can see, even if they offer you can see just one part of your code. But let's say if you have 10,000 lines of code, they will give you options to just modify, let's say, 500 lines of code, and that's it. There is no more code at all. Just a small piece of code, you can add it, you can change, and that's it. Security and security coding practice depends from low-code, no-code vendor. Because normally, if you're developing your application by your own, you write code, you have OWASP top 10, you have different coding standards that you can follow to be sure that your application is, let's say, secure. But if you part of some kind of low-code, no-code vendor, and definitely you don't see what's happening behind that. You don't know what is security practice inside this low-code, no-code environment. You don't know what are they doing with your code, where that code is stored, where your data is. You only see this front end, that's it. As I mentioned earlier, this is really difficult for enterprise to have control over application and data processing, because as I mentioned, it's pretty hard to catch all of these parts of this kind of environment. They offer you, they are very user-friendly, but you don't know what's happened behind. And as I mentioned earlier, for banks, for, I don't know, some kind of providers or enterprise products that have a lot of data, that have a lot of sensitive data, user data, these kind of products are pretty, let's say, catchy. You can use them, but then you are entrapped to be hacked, to be exposed by someone else. So security audits cannot be done. This means if you have already inside your company some security teams, security hack or any kind of hack to your application is pretty hard to be done, because if you try to attack that kind of platform, you are attacking entire platform. You cannot attack only your application, because maybe your piece of code that you're using is maybe shared between 10,000 customers, and single bug inside this kind of software can be pretty bad for 10,000 customers. If someone hack you, probably he will hack 10,000 customers. So this is pretty a big issue with this kind of platform, because it's, as I mentioned, it's very lack of visibility. You don't know what's happening there. So let's go to insecure code. As I mentioned, it's pretty hard to believe that these platforms are, let's say, developed by security standards. You never know what's happened behind walls. So since the code is not stored under user control, you don't have control over your code, and this makes issue. You never know who have access to your code. And single bug can affect entire platform. One bug or security problem can be, let's say, deadliest to 10,000 customers or more. So if you're using this kind of platforms, you must be aware of these issues and be, let's say, smart to choose which of these platforms you want to use. One point is access control. When you're using, I don't know, did you ever use them, or if you plan to use them in the future, you will see that access control is pretty hard to implement. There's zero access control, and it's pretty hard to, let's say, control what users can do, what user cannot do. And then it's also hard to control who can access to code repository, who have access to server side, who can access physically to servers, who can literally store your application and install somewhere else, or who can sniff your data there and sell that data on some black market. And for in this kind of low code, no code environment, users have only visibility over what they need. So if platforms give you, I don't know, visibility over one part of your application, that's it. You can see anything behind that. So that's the one point that you also need to think about it if you are going to use this kind of platforms. No data oversight. This is pretty crucial question. Okay, if I use some kind of low-code, no-code platforms, I want to know where my data is. Because if I develop my application in a traditional way, I know my data is stored inside my company. I follow security standards. I follow, I don't know, standards for storing data in some kind of database. I use hashes. I use strong passwords. I use access control policies. I use a bunch of different security standards to make my application as secure as possible. But in these environments, it's pretty hard to, let's say, secure all of this because you never know where this data is stored. You cannot know if some security standards are applied to my data. For example, is it maybe GDPR or some other security standards applied to my data? Because I don't see data. I cannot see database. I don't know what type of database they use. Maybe there's some lack with some version of database, so my data can be leaked very easily. So next part is data security and who can access to my data. That's not, this is true in general that some platforms offer you to have for free accounts. We will give you account for free, and then you don't know what's happened with your data. Generally, it's free for you, but you're paying by your data. They use your data to sell on black market, to sell, I don't know, to some advertising companies. So based on that, your data, some companies have big profit, and that's the issues. So business logic flows. If you use traditional methods of developing application, business logic should be baked inside the software. If I'm making some software, I want my logic be inside my code, not inside some kind of platform. This kind of platforms always have possibility for sensitive data to be exposed, and that's the truth. Unfortunately, that's the truth that some of them selling you data, some data always exposed by somehow, and you never know why API endpoints are threat by some security standards or what. Usually, this kind of API endpoints are great threat surface for attacking your application. If some platforms share API endpoint with some XY vendor, they know how to call your application. They know how to communicate between these tools. So that can be pretty good surface for attacks. Normally, the vendors of these kinds of platforms should test this kind of issues. And that's, I think, some kind of normal. If I have some kind of platform that offer you to have low code, no code environment, I would like to have some kind of tests inside my environment so I can secure your application from end to end. But unfortunately, that's not true. At least at this point of time, it's not true. But for future, we will see. So what to expect in the future? I'm asked this question a few of, let's say, leaders inside this low code, no code environment. So they are, let's say, some CTOs or CEOs of these kinds of platforms, and they already know about security issues that they have with their platforms. Some of security issues are already solved. Some of them will be solved in future. Because as I mentioned earlier, definitely low code, no code platforms will be the future of coding. So the coding will be writing zero of code. So what they told me is that they will definitely work on transparency, so you can have more control over your application, over your development process. They will give you full access to your source code. As I mentioned earlier, currently you have, let's say, access maybe 10 to 50% of your code, and you can change it. Usually it's some simple steps. You can change some titles, some menu names, and all that stuff. But for future, they're predicting that they will definitely have, and they will give access for source code over entire your application. So even if you are, let's say, professional developer, and normally you want to build something pretty quick, it's pretty cool to have some options, drag and drop, entire application, entire logic flows. You build everything, let's say, by your mouse, by some GUI. And then if you need to edit something, you want to change some kind of logic, let's say you want to include some kind of algorithms there, there will be not problem. Okay, go to the code, change it, and then your application is ready to use. So also data protection security, this is also a good point for them. I mean, they told me that they will definitely work more about data protection and data security. So in future, you will definitely have options to choose. For example, if you live in USA, you can choose, okay, I want to, my data is stored inside USA data center. If you live in Europe, no worries. You can store your data in Europe, and you can choose, I don't know, a bunch of different options of database, which version you want to use. Is that maybe Microsoft SQL, is MySQL, Postgre, whatever database you want to use, you can use it. Also, good point is ability to run DAST and SAST, dynamic application security testing and static application security testing. Currently, it's pretty hard to implement this kind of security testing, at least at this point of time. But they will offer this kind of, let's say, service inside these platforms. So you can easily run DAST or SAST, and you can be, let's say, maybe more satisfied with this part of security than you can be right now. So what they also will offer is that more control over the business logic. As I mentioned, currently it's pretty hard to implement some specific business logic using this kind of platforms, because they are like more or less, they are offering some basic stuff there. And if you need to do more complex things, it's pretty hard to do it. And as I mentioned earlier, they will give you access to application logic. I mean, code and logic. That also can be part of this access to source code, but they will give you, let's say, more options to have under your needs. Then, should we use low code, no code platforms? This is generally maybe a good question for all of us. So usually, if you are a beginner in coding, this is good point to start. There's a bunch of different platforms that offer you to build some kind of application. And for beginners, this is awesome. Even for a child who starts learning coding and then he want to build something really quick, these kind of platforms are awesome. Even if you never write code and you have good idea, okay, why not to try? You can always try something like this. But there's a few questions that you need to ask yourself. Do I need this kind of platforms? Do I care about my data? If I don't care where my data is stored, or if I don't care who can access to my data, okay, no worries, I can use low code, no code platform at all. If my application is not complex at all, if it's some kind of simple website with few banners, with few, I don't know, posts, maybe some kind of login page, why not? Why not use these kind of platforms? You can easily build entire platform in days to have pretty good, let's say, small business there. Why not? And next is achieving security best practices. Currently, with low code, no code platforms, it's pretty hard to achieve security best practices. Some platforms offer you, let's say, pretty good security options there. But on the end, it's not security that we want. You always want to be secure as much as possible. And currently, with these kinds of platforms, it's not possible. So you always need to think about, do I need this platform? Or maybe my application is so complex, so instead of using these kinds of platforms, I will easily develop it by myself. So in general, low-code, no-code platforms are great. So they are great for some parts of business. But in enterprise, there's a still gap between security and productivity. As I mentioned earlier, it's always raised between security, speed, and productivity. So if you need to develop something quickly, low-code, no-code is great. But if you want to have a secured application, at this point of time, unfortunately, low-code, no-code platforms are not good. So that's it from me. It's not 45 minutes, but yeah. I would like to thank you all, and I wish you will be healthy and safe at this crazy Corona time. And thank you for being part of my presentation.
All right, Mirza. Oh, yes. All right, let's wrap. All right, Mirza. That was great. So those were some great tips that you shared. My quick question to you is that you did mention that there's still some gap between the enterprise and, or if you want to just go ahead and build a small project. What first question? What are the low-code, no-code tools that you use on a day-to-day basis?
Usually inside my company, they use Microsoft Power Platform.
Okay, that's great. So
that's from my point of view, they use it, and I'm already asked them how they have, what's the feeling about Microsoft Power Platform, and they said that's pretty awesome tool. I mean, pretty awesome platform for building some kinds of application.
yeah, so we actually did a Power Platform virtual conference, I think the month of March, where we had 45 or 50 speakers. My quick question to you, Mirza, is while we talk about the security, low-code, no-code are very great to go ahead and build your applications very quickly, right? Anyone can go ahead and start building it, at least that's what it's being claimed, although you do need a bit of programming background, that's always helpful. So do we have a liberty or a good liberty to go ahead and work on our security? Or don't you think we are a lot more reliant on these providers?
In general, I think currently the feeling is that people are still scared about these low-code, no-code platforms, and that's I think, good point, because as I mentioned earlier, you never know who have access to your application code, to your data, and I think they are fear with reason. Maybe in future, if this kind of platforms being more, let's say, visible, they give you more visibility over your data and over your code, definitely people will jump inside this kind of platforms and start using them.
Yeah.
Because
so,
I have few friends, they have zero programming background. They build a few pretty cool applications. They're a cool application. They can start some kind of business with this zero code, low code, no code platforms. But if they want something more enterprise, more complex, at this point it's pretty hard to achieve it. At least from security standpoint.
Quick question. I think this Power Platform applications, they're usually for an organization, right? So and it's all the data is stored by Microsoft, right? I cannot put it on-site, or can I also put a private link? Is that anything possible with that?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Sorry?
I'm not quite sure, to be honest, because my team work mostly with that, so I can ask them.
Yeah, it's okay. Never mind. I think it's more reliant on the provider, right? So that's what
they care. I think they take care about data and about everything that they offer you.
Yeah. All right, Mirza, that was a great session. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
I will leave my presentation on my GitHub as previous speaker. And if they have some kind of questions, feel free to ask me on this LinkedIn or Twitter or whatever you found me. Just ping me.
All right. All right. Thanks, Mirza. Thanks for your time. Really appreciate it. I hope to see you in other virtual events that we do.
Yeah.
And then take good care of yourself and have a nice weekend.
Have a nice weekend too. Bye-bye, everyone.
All right, with that session, we now move to our final session of the day. I'm really excited for this one, as once again, I'm hosting him for the very first time. He is Sasha. Sasha is going to talk about top 5 ways to secure your Azure resources. I always like sessions that just tells it top 5 or top 10, because this is something I think from a viewer's perspective, it's always very helpful. So Sasha, I'm sorry, I'm already messing up with the name. He is a CEO at Cloud Tech. He's a Microsoft MVP, MCT, and Cloud Security and Solutions Architect. And without any further ado, let's invite our final speaker of the day, Sasha. Hi, Sasha. Welcome to the IT Security Virtual Conference.
Hello. And hi, and thank you for this fantastic opportunity. It is great to be here, and thank you.
Quick question, Sasha. Is that a green screen or a real background?
Sorry?
Is that a green screen or a real background?
That's the real background, but on the green screen, actually. It is, yes. It's on the green screen, exactly, yes.
Okay, that's great. I really love that. So, Sasha, you're from Croatia. That's a beautiful place. I know a couple of people from there. How are things at your place? Is COVID okay? Family, friends, all good?
Yeah, okay. It's pretty much... well, I don't know. We've been stuck here for a year and since the pandemic hit, so it's a pretty... Well, it's okay. Yes, it's really very, let's say, relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
But this is in fact the occasion to be a little bit at home, since I as all other speakers, I suppose, and travel internationally a lot. So this was the opportunity actually to be a little bit at home. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, we are tech guys, right? So it has been a blessing in disguise that we have all these resources, and we can actually sit back at home, spend time with the family, and connect across the globe. But I do believe that many people have lost their lives, and they have been affected by COVID. So
exactly,
things get safe as soon as possible. Sasha, I won't take much of your time. We're going to do a lot of chit chat towards the end of your session.
Exactly.
I already have your screen shared. I'm going to add it to the screen now. Everybody can see your screen, and next 40, 45, 50 minutes, anytime you want, is all yours.
Okay, thank you. And hi, and welcome everyone to top 5 ways to secure Azure resources. And my name is Sasha, and I'm this is one of my companies, I'm where we deliver cloud architecture and solution and training and consulting all over the world, mainly in Europe, but all over the world as well. And I'm an Azure MVP and Microsoft Certified Trainer and Microsoft Certified Trainer Regional Lead as well, and then EC Council Instructor too. And we're partners of the AWS, Amazon, and CompTIA authorized partner as well, but and Microsoft partner, of course. So, but let's, without further ado, let's go to the top 5 ways to secure Azure resources. And it's pretty unfair to say this is nowadays, since today, we actually, like we used to say, there's no one big switch where that we can pull and secure all infrastructure, every our environment, our tenants. So there are no just 5 things and or even 10. The security is achieved through many little things, to tightening up here and there, actually tightening up security everywhere, because the overall security posture is achieved if you have a holistic security approach. That means that each and every part of the infrastructure, each and every working part actually has to conform to security standards. You have to implement and take the security approach in implementing every aspect of that, of your infrastructure. So it's not just 5 ways to secure, but it's I wouldn't say infinite ways to secure Azure resources, but since this session is 15 minutes, we have to focus on some ways that actually I'd say bring the top value. Of course, these ways, 5 ways, can be different in different environments for different companies, but still, I'd say when we draw the line and when we actually when we see the impact these resources, these actually technologies or ways actually have on our Azure environment, then I'd say these are pretty common in most of the implementations that we've seen over the years, and that bring the biggest bang for the buck, let's say. And first of all, first and the most obvious, in fact, is the, believe it or not, as simple as it sounds, is the multi-factor or passerless authentication. It means, well, a few numbers. These are pretty older numbers, but nevertheless, it is from one study and from one research, and there are numerous researches that actually can show us how password reuse across multiple accounts is not good, how passwords are the weak link, and how data breaches are expensive. So and of course, passwords generate tons of support costs, of course. So more than 75% of the passwords are duplicates, which are not good, because if an attacker actually knows one password, then it can this password can be easily used across all the resources that use the same password. And the passwords are weak link, because the passwords can easily get stolen. In fact, let's say the users are not protecting their passwords well enough, and of course, at the end, all these results the result of all this is in fact the data breach. That is in fact expensive at the end. Data theft and data loss and stealing of industrial secrets, of trade secrets, and so on. So, for example, let's take the COVID or cure, or any cure, for example, or any technology that is being developed. So, but this is the most appropriate example is the one where, in fact, what we do in implementing all these security features across the whole infrastructure, we are doing 2 things. We are ruining the attacker's return on investment, in fact, and we are actually increasing the time they need to get to our secrets, to the things that we are protecting. So, and in turn, if we increase the time the attackers need to get to our resources, then that information that is very valuable now, for example, let's take an example, a vaccine. might not be as valuable as it would be in the future. So, and for example, let's say I don't think there aren't any 100% secure environments at all. Given enough money and given enough time, anyone can be breached. But would that information, for example, that the attackers need to get their hands on will be valuable in 10 years or 20 years time? Do they have unlimited source of knowledge, power, and money? Probably not. So not everyone has a million of PhD educated cyber scientists and gazillions and gazillions of dollars, euros, money, and whatever to get to the resources. So in fact, we are by implementing all the good security practices and all the available security features, we are in fact increasing the time to get to the secrets, and then therefore ruining the return on investment, the ROI of the attackers. And that's what we are doing in here. So these passwords are expensive and insecure, and there are methods to protect the passwords. And the password doesn't matter, but in fact, multi-factor authentication does. Let's say, according to one research, more than 80% of breaches actually leverage stolen or weak passwords. The passwords can be phished, can be peeked over when you're typing your password. The passwords can get lost. The weakest link in the security chain here is are we users, because we oversimplify our passwords, we repeat our passwords, we don't protect our passwords, we write our passwords on post-it notes and put it on, and put them on monitors below keyboards and so on, and reuse password or don't use them at all. I've seen also these examples, and where when whole company actually used one password that was publicly available. I mean, publicly throughout the entire company. So that's where the lowest hanging fruit is, and that's where the attackers go. And the point is that we need to implement the environment where actually the passwords are still used in the background, but actually we never get to type them. And therefore, these passwords, we don't have to remember them. And therefore, as we don't have to remember them, as we don't ever type them, then no reason to write the passwords down or to lose them. So the multi-factor authentication is, of course, the factor. It's the second. It's the authentication where along the password we have also the second method of authentication, and that will be something that we actually own or token or whatever. And the step over that is that in fact that we never use that or type that authentication, that password, that we can actually the way that we can, in fact, authenticate is some other form where we don't type that password. So this is either the key or the application on our phone and etc. or camera with Windows Hello, for example, FIDO2 security key or Microsoft Authenticator or Google Authenticator or Ubiquiti Authenticator, whatever. And the last secure methods like SMS and voices and so on. Multi-factor authentication, in fact, can prevent, and again, there are different researchers and different studies, but let's say more than 99% of identity attacks, and that's a lot. And there are a couple of ways how to enable MFA, and MFA is not expensive today. Previously it was, because, well, not expensive, but actually we had to pay for it. But today, fortunately, we don't have to pay for it. There are multiple ways to enable multi-factor authentication, and I mean in Microsoft Cloud world. So there is the conditional access, in fact, it's the most appropriate and more versatile way of enabling MFA, and that's the recommended approach. And there is the security defaults in Azure and Active Directory, which in fact enables multi-factor authentication for all users, and it's recommended primarily for small businesses, and of course with some careful consideration. And then there is, of course, the per user account, which is not recommended because it involves a lot of manual labor, let's say, and we don't have actually so much automated control over that as we have with the conditional access. It's a little bit more granular. We don't have to manually intervene. There are some FIDO keys providers, the hardware keys providers out there that are supported in Azure Active Directory, but this is not the exclusive list. There are some others. And there's the Yubico keys series 4 and 5, actually, which is the fifth generation is recommended. There's the Fashion type of keys where, well, the similar like the Yubico one, or AWBM keys that are also very good. And in fact, let's take a look at where we should enable this. So let's take a look at this part. In fact, okay. So, oh yes, there it is. And in fact, wrong browser. And let's close this one. And in fact, let's take a look at the other one. So there it is. So in fact, when we go to the Azure Active Directory, and when we log into the Azure portal, and there is down there the security in Security Blade in Azure Active Directory, and of course there is the authentication methods. Here, the authentication methods, in fact, have a couple of entries that we can configure to use the multi-factor authentication. In fact, the passwordless authentication. The passwordless authentication is, of course, when we have options to use Microsoft Authenticator. We have options to use FIDO2 compatible security keys. And if it's the Microsoft Authenticator, of course, then we have also the options. Of course, initially, this is not enabled. We have to enable it. We can target different users, and once we enable users and target, in this case, all users, then we click on Save and enable the Microsoft Authenticator. After that, we have to enable or onboard the Microsoft Authenticator. Actually, register our account into the Microsoft for the Microsoft Authenticator usage. Let's say if we let's take a look at the FIDO2 security keys options in here, and these options, in fact, have also the possible. Well, here it is, the option to enable it or not, and then the option to target all or selected users. Plus, there is also the possibility to, for example, use and enforce key restrictions. And if we use the key restrictions, it means that we can enter at least one or more goods. And with these goods, we can restrict where we can block or allow certain keys. So we can whitelist or blacklist, or let's say we can make a list of the keys that we allow, or we can make a list of the keys that we block. So goods actually identify let's say the generation or the type of the key for each provider. So if let's say Yubico or Fashion have multiple keys and multiple families, like generation number 3, 4, and 5, each of these or different types, like USB A or C, each of these keys will have its own grid, which can be found on the manufacturer's web pages, and then entered in here and added. We can add goods and after initially adding these, so this will be in force. I will click no on these, and after we've done with that, what we have to do then, of course, if it's our own account, then we will let's go navigate from this. if it's our own account, then we will do this. So we'll go to the view account, and after that, there will be option available in the security settings of our account. So there's the security info, and after that, the security info has the page where we can add different security information. So there is one already entered here. So there is also Microsoft Authenticator entered, and we can change the default sign-in method in here once we've added out of these two, and we can add a different one. So we can add Authenticator app, which is the also passwordless authentication. We can add security key. This is the physical key. If I want to register another key, I can do that as well. And I can add the phone and email. But if I want to use the passwordless authentication, then I'll need to add the security key and then click add. After that, I'll need to sign in with a two-factor authentication, insert the key, and touch the key. So I need to make a physical contact, after which the key will be registered here. For example, on this tenant, for this account, I'm using the Yubico 5C, which is the USB-C security key. And we can also see the details. If an unexpected error hasn't occurred, we will see the details, in fact. Let's navigate in from here. So how it's actually, what happens then? If when I log in, then I need to in fact provide the information for I need to put in the insert the physical key, then touch the key, enter the PIN, and that's it. If it's, for example, if we need to enable multi-factor authentication and therefore also the password authentication for all of users, we've done that in the security. But still, we need to also to go in the of course in the per user MFA. Of course, if we are doing that per user, and then turn on the per user MFA in here. So there it is, multi-factor authentication status. If we want to do that per user, then there it is, enable. But if we want to use the proper way, and that is the conditional access, then we will do that a little bit differently. So the conditional access, in fact, is the second preferred way to, is the first preferred way to use the multi-factor authentication, in fact, and the passwordless authentication. But it is also one of the very, very good ways how can we secure our tenant. No tool is, of course, perfect. There are some of course, no tool is perfect. So there, multi-factor authentication is not perfect at all. Conditional access is not perfect, and there's no perfect tool. So if we are looking the flawless tools, there are no flawless tools, and each and every company will have some concerns or some different needs and so on. But at the end. These are supposed to actually come. It would be good if the conditional access, or every, not just conditional access, but every feature that it will be good if the feature covers all the different situations in all the different all the companies rather in the world, but it's impossible. But nevertheless, the benefit of using it compared to not using it is it's great. This is in fact the comparison, in fact, of the visibility and control that you get with the classic network perimeters, for example, and versus modern perimeters. Previously, we had a network perimeter actually is composed of several functions, and that uses data available from the network traffic to make a decision on whether to allow or block connection. So we didn't have previously the different data and data points on which we made our decisions. So the only actions were allow and block. This had significant limitations. So the scope of is limited to the resources that are actually hosted on internal control network, and visibility is limited, in fact, to what is available on the network, and so on. So control is limited only to allow or block, etc. But today we have, in contrast, for example, an identity perimeter in here is not just aware of the source IP address or port, but in fact is it's also aware of the user, aware of the device, aware of the number of attributes about the user and the device. For example, like a role and or user group membership, or device where the user is logging in or using the configuration of that device, or the user configuration, as well as the location, the last sign-in information, etc., as well as the health of the device, and so on, where the device has been last seen or used. And therefore, we have different ways to conditionally allow or actually make a conditional decisions about the decision what to do with that authentication request. And for example, we can compared to the only allow or block, we have a little bit more information, or we have a little bit more actions that we can do. We can allow or allow in a restricted way. Let's say users might be allowed to authenticate, but only granted limited access, for example. We can allow access, but require the registration, or actually re-authentication attempt with a multi-factor authentication again, or force remediation, or completely block the user access, for example. The conditional access, for example, in this example, is a very known one and widely used. It's the typical one. So if we have, for example, let's say that we have a user, and all the user data points are inspected. For example, the user's role, group, and device, and the group membership, London users, for example, the configuration, location where the user is logging in from, and what was the last user login information, and so on. So then there's the device information that is also inspected. For example, what browser is being used, and whether it's on the allowed list or not, and etc. And then there's another, for example, so far, let's take a step back. So far, the conditional access risk was low, and since every user data or device data since now was okay, let's say green check marks on every part. But as the configuration is inspected and the configuration is anonymous, or the last seen was the location that is not a usual or familiar location, and especially for when that location is for example, location that is identified as the impossible travel, or for example, especially if some malicious activity is detected on the device, then the conditional access risk is raised to medium, or let's say the conditional access risk is designated as medium or even high, and then therefore we can make a conditional access to that request. For example, force threat remediation, or completely block access, and so on. Then there is and let's take a look of of this conditional access. Since we've mentioned the conditional access is the preferred way how to, in fact, control the activation of multi-factor authentication and passwordless, let's take a look. So when we go to the Azure Active Directory, and then if we choose the security, then up in the upper part on the left side, there's the conditional access. And there are some policies here already set up. We can edit the existing policy or add a new one. But let's take a look at the existing one. For example, this one that is named MFA for admins for Azure Portal. So conditional access policy actually consists of assignments. This is it, and assignments group, and also of the access controls group. So the assignments group has different subparts: the users and groups, the cloud apps and actions, as well as conditions. And then the access control is, in fact, it has grant and session control. So when we take a look at the assignments, then we can see that we can target the conditional access policy to the specific users and groups. For example, we can include them and exclude them. In this case, I've included the administrator, so it's only one user, or we can target the group as well. We can select different groups, for example, in here as well. Let's say any administrator group if it's there. So this is just one administrator account, but if we have let's say, I don't know, some different groups, then we can target any different account or group, let's say. So I'll leave it like this. And then we can include also to which the conditional access policy applies to. In this case, I've chosen the Microsoft Azure Management, which is actually the Azure portal. So we are specifically targeting administrators and requesting the multi-factor authentication, MFA, or passwordless for use with Azure portal. And then there's the conditions. So the conditions can be, in this case, the use of the requirement to MFA will be always, but we can specifically and granularly configure the conditions as well. For example, based on the user risk, that can be high, medium, or low, that we've seen before in a slide, or if the sign-in risk is high, medium, low, or no risk, we can also configure this conditional access policy for this kind of risk, as well as we can filter down for device platforms and for different locations. These locations can be either trusted locations or selected location. And based on the selected locations, which are, in fact, I'll show you these afterwards, we can add different IP address ranges or countries, and so on. So we can then, after that, we can decide, in fact, what we will do. We can either grant or block. But in this case, we've chosen that we need to, we actually want to require multi-factor authentication in this case. And then this simple policy, actually, this is also very important. So in order to test how this policy, in fact, works, there's the possibility to create a policy and turn it off. But I'll suggest that you always use report only, and then check the logs to see how this policy impacts your environment and the users that you've targeted. So you don't want to hinder to prevent your users to log in, for example, or lock yourself out, and so on. So for the first time that you create policy, please use report only, check the logs, and see how it works. And speaking of the locations that can be used in there, then there are also the named locations that we can use in multi-factor authentication and elsewhere as well. And these are named locations in here. We can set up IP ranges location, which is of course, we can name this address range and configure any IPv4 and IPv6 regions. Or we can, in fact, add countries location. So we can group countries here and add different countries. And we can determine location by IP address, for example, or by GPS coordinates, which is in preview still. But we can then, let's say, target different countries to that we can actually set up a new location, and in fact use this named locations afterwards in the conditional access. For example, sorry. There is also one very apparently, well, at first, I'd say not so frequently used feature, since it's available in Azure Active Directory Premium P2 subscription, which is the Azure Active Directory Privileged Identity Management, which also comes together with Active Directory Identity Protection, which is the feature of the Azure Active Directory Premium P2, or P2, Azure Active Directory Premium P2 is included in Enterprise Management and Security E5 subscription. So this is the part of that. And it is, in fact, very good feature. What it, in fact, does, it actually gives us the possibility to have just-in-time privileged access to Azure for identities. And this is very, very important. So the user passwords, the identities are in fact the weakest link today, and we need to protect our identities very, very well. It is very important that we protect as much as possible our identities. So if we have there is no let's say today there's no the thieves won't actually break into your data center and stripe and pull away the hard disks from a server today. Before, like 20, 30 years ago, that was the only way to get your data. Well, one of the ways, of course, but today the data is not. The data is very, very protected, very good protected, very well protected in Azure data centers, in cloud data centers, and the data is no longer on premises. There is some data, of course, but majority of data is in the cloud, and it is very well protected. So the attackers no longer actually target the physical servers. In fact, most likely is that the attackers will first, in order to gain access to the virtual server or to the server or physical, they will attack the weakest link, and that is the password, that is the user, the identity. And therefore, we have to protect it very, very carefully and in a proper way. So the Azure Active Directory Privileged Identity Management actually is it's a way to have just-in-time privileged access to Azure, but it also controls, actually gives us the time-bound access to resources, in fact. And it uses, of course, the multi-factor authentication to activate any role, and also we can set it up to require approval to activate privileged roles. So it's similar to the user account control in Windows, but we are talking here about the Azure identities. So we can have notifications when privileged roles are activated, and also we can perform access reviews to ensure which users actually still need their roles. And actually we can also have the auditing history for internal or external audit. But in fact is that the point is, instead of having a lot of users that are that have privileged identities, that let's say that are administrators and that are not using these administrative privileges, that is in fact the security risk. So if these users, if we have a lot of administrators, and if these are privileged accounts, and a lot of users are not, in fact, don't need their privileged accounts at all, or actually use their accounts very rarely, then we can make them, stripe them from their permanent administrative roles, or stripe them off their privileged roles and make them eligible to become privileged once they request to elevate their access. So in a normal way, all the time, where these users actually perform their normal duties, the users actually work and log in with the accounts that are not administrative accounts, and only when they want or need to perform some administrative actions, they actually ask for elevation of their privileges, and then they become, if they're eligible, then they become the privileged, then they get the privileged roles. And these privileged roles actually are time bound, and after 2 hours, let's say, or 6 hours or half an hour, then these roles expire. And that way we can actually prevent so even if the user that is can become an administrator or privileged role owner, then it would first need to request such a privilege to be elevated, and therefore the user might not get that privilege if the user account has been compromised. So let's try and let's take a look at the privileged identity management. It's very important. So imagine there is also one good thing. There's the access review. So what it is, in fact, it is the access. It is review of actually of all the accounts that are privileged. So we perform a search of the user of the accounts that are privileged users, and then therefore if there are, for example, if any user haven't used the account for more than 30 days, then we can decide what to do with that account and with that user, either strip away the user privileges or actually or do something else. So we can in fact make a new access review, and let's say for example we can create an access review. We can create an access review one time or weekly, monthly, and so on. Let's say we can we do that monthly. The duration is let's say leave it at 14 days or even less. The end is you define the end, and in fact we define here what we are in fact reviewing, which roles. What are we looking for? Are we looking for, let's say, we are looking for how many global administrators are in the company. And of course, if it's the smaller company, then we know by heart these administrators. But if we have a lot more users, we might not know all the privileged roles in the company. So we are looking for the global administrator every month, let's say, and then we can also designate. We can select the reviewers. We can be the reviewers ourselves, or we can select users that will actually have the reviewer role. So, for example, Alan will be the reviewer for this global, and it will actually Alan's job. It will be to review the findings and from all the accounts that review found. The reviewer, actually, in this case, Alan DeYoung, will either stripe away the user's assignments, or we can do that automatically as well. So we can also choose the auto apply results to resources, and that will be, for example, we can remove access for these accounts. Take recommendations. Recommendations would be leave the user with the privileged account if the users have frequently consumed their privileged accounts, or just strip them away from their privileges if the users are not using their privileged accounts, and so on. And then we can start the review. And after 6 days, or let's say 1 day, for example, the review will be done. Let's say global admins. Let's say 1 time, and this is the start. So then we will see the access reviews, and for example, let's see some access reviews from previous searches. Let's say this one, where we looked for the global admins, and we this review identified 11 users. Let's see the results, and we can see that these users, in fact, have been, let's say, recommended action for this user will be deny, or approve, because the last sign is less than 30 days ago, and these users have last sign in more than 30 days ago. So any privileged roles they might have, it will their recommended action will be deny. Let's say strip away these privileged roles from these users. And the last, well, not last, the next to last part will be Azure Firewall, and it is pretty, let's say, obvious. But I would say if you have a little bit bigger environment, and with a lot of different resources, then having or exposed resources and sensitive resources, the Azure Firewall, it's a sound choice to have, and because of the increasing attacks on the resources. Some of the key features of the Azure Firewall: building high availability, for example, and then application FQDN filtering rules, for example, and outbound SNAT support, or inbound destination network address translation, etc., etc. Azure Monitor logging. It has built-in high availability. In fact, this is the firewall as a service. In fact, this runs on a virtual machine, but it is abstracted from us. And also, like I mentioned, it has the outbound or inbound DNAT or SNAT support as well, and it can also separate different subnets, and also has the possibility to have different traffic filtering rules, and as well, it is the layer 3 to layer 7, actually appliance, and unfortunately, we don't have. We still have a few more minutes to go. In fact, let's take a look at the firewall manager that it's today available. That firewall manager, in fact, is the manager of firewalls that actually can. We can manage all the firewalls through it. It means if we have standard or premium firewalls, we can also set up the different Azure firewall policies in there, and therefore control multiple firewalls through the single or multiple policies, so all at once. And this is, in fact, also the Azure Firewall is also available. Let's say I will skip the slides because we don't need them. In fact, Azure Security Center and Sentinel, instead of looking at the slides, let's take a look at the portal itself. So, for example, no, not this one, but in fact, the other one. A few more minutes to go. And let's take a look at the Security Center. So we have the Security Center today also has the information about the Firewall Manager in here. So we can see the Firewall Manager as well. But the Security Center should be, well, it is one-stop shop, let's say, for securing our infrastructure. And not only this, it supports also the connectivity to other clouds like Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud Platform projects as well as securing non-Azure, for example, non-Azure servers through Azure Arc, for example. and therefore, well, and plus also, which is the one big advantage of a security center, if that's the paid tier, of course. There's the Azure Defender, and then the Azure Defender has a lot of advanced protections. For example, like just-in-time access for virtual machines, or adaptive application controls, and some file integrity monitoring, etc., etc. So it's a very comprehensive. It's a very comprehensive one. Let's say a single glass of pane, a single pane of glass that will actually give us the infrastructure security recommendations, where we can actually remediate for any findings, as well as a look at the security alerts, and therefore it will actually it will show us, for example, the all the activities, suspicious activities, potentially dangerous activities, and security related activities, not just for Azure, but all connected resources like AWS accounts and resources and so on. There's a lot more. There's the Azure Sentinel. There are application gateways. There are front doors and so on. But in let's say in 50 minutes, I would say recap. First, please use multi-factor authentication. Second, use conditional access. Third, and implement a firewall. Or if it's an overkill, just use network security groups wisely. And fourth and fifth, security center, use it even if you don't enable Azure Defender. Use the free tier, and it will your environment, your infrastructure will be much more secure in that way. That would be let's say everything for today. So if you have any questions, and this will be all. Of course, there is material to talk a lot more. There's material to talk for at least next week, but we have only 50 minutes. So let's say thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the opportunity, and please stay secure and protect your environment. First of all, implement multi-factor authentication.
All right, Sasha, that was great. Really loved your session. Quick question. There were many slides and many demos, right? How long it took you to make those presentation?
Sorry?
How long it took you to make that presentation?
Oh, well, I don't know. It's
it's a process, right? It builds up. You
yeah,
keep on adding slide every time you do it. Yeah. All right, but before we close, we have a special guest now. You'd like to meet him, and he is our speaker, Mustafa. Hi, Mustafa. Welcome back.
Hello there.
Hello, Mustafa. Long time no see.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. And hopefully that will change soon. But
yeah, I hope so.
But people may not know, Sasha and I often speak together at the conferences. We sometimes deliver sessions together, and we are often roommates at the events as well. So we are very, very close friends.
Partners in crime, yes.
Yep, pretty much.
Looks like it was the entire gang of Mustafa at the IT Security Conference, right? Because I was also looking at where did we go? Even Mirza was telling that Mirza and Sasha, they are like roommates during the conferences. I just saw it in the comments. So all right. I think we should have put in some panel, right, so that we all guys could come back and do a chit chat. We could have done that. But
yeah, security is an interesting topic, and as Sasha said, we could probably go for weeks about.
Yeah, it can take a lot to talk about it.
One quick question for Sasha, like We saw a lot of things today, like a lot of how we can leverage technologies and increase security. And with everything said and done, shown by you and everyone before you, what do you think? What is the weakest link in the process?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. We.
Of course we are.
Yeah.
We do stupid things.
We are so weak.
I should just leave it to you guys. Then once you're over, then we'll end the conference. I love this one. So what else? What else do we have to talk? What else do we need to cover? Anything else we are looking at now?
Yeah, it's been a long day. We said a lot.
A lot of security. So go add some multi authentication. That's what Sasha has been telling, and yeah, that's how we started. It's been a long day, 6 hours already. I really want to thank Sasha and especially Mustafa. You have been very kind to help us with this conference. We were actually we were actually just not going to organize it, but Mustafa said, "Hey, I have many good mates, and we can actually do it." So all these speakers are by Mustafa. So really appreciate Mustafa and Sasha. Thank you so much for being part of this event. Mustafa is more like family to us now. But you are here for the very first time, and this will make sure that we keep bringing you. Right now, I have your email, so I'm gonna bypass Mustafa and reach out to you for live shows.
Absolutely do.
Any final thing you both guys want to plug in before we end this summit conference?
It's been great. Thank you for organizing this. It was a pleasure helping you gather the people for the event. It was pleasure being part of it. It was a brilliant experience.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and it's been a pleasure being here, and as always, talking about Azure and security. It's and seeing Mustafa as well. So
that's an unfortunate circumstance, but okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll connect in some other virtual events that we do. So thank you so much, Sasha, and thank you so much, Mustafa. I really appreciate
Thanks
your
a lot.
time. And yeah, have a nice weekend. I'll see you soon.
Thanks.
Have a nice weekend, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, with that amazing day of IT Security Virtual Conference, we now wrap the 6 hours of this event. But before we do that, I have to make a quick announcement that please don't forget to actually go ahead and visit Azure Summit that we have coming up in the month of September. I have dropped the URL of Azure Summit over here. You can actually go and visit it. I'll quickly do a screen share. This is the Azure Summit website. Can you believe we're going to stream for 7 days with more than 120 speakers? I don't know, we'll be streaming around 6 hours each day. The call for speakers is actually still open. So if you're someone who would like to actually go ahead and speak at this event, we are still accepting the papers by end of this month. But if you could do it ASAP, I would really appreciate that, because we anyway I think we just have another 7 to 8 speaking slots left. So we have keynote speakers, then we have featured speakers, and there you see we have Mustafa as a featured speakers at the Azure Summit too. Then we have around 109 confirmed speaker, and I think we still have 5 in the backlog that we need to add over here. Oh, I think my internet is slow now. The website is pretty fast. Never mind. Okay, I don't know what has happened to my internet. But we have some Azure community stars who are helping us with this event. Then we also have latest updates where we just mention all the latest blogs about the call for speakers, new speakers announced. And today is Friday, so every Friday we release 10 new speakers. So today at the midnight India time zone at around in the afternoon US time zone, you should see 10 new speakers being announced. Then we also have student volunteers. And yeah, if you are a small company, please, if you're a small company or a big enterprise, please feel free to go ahead and support the Azure Summit. We really need that. We are a community, need help. Yeah, and also we have some user group featuring who are helping us, the user groups around the globe. And if you want to feature your user group, you can just fill out this form. And the ask is nothing. Just will add your logo. That's it. I will give the link and let people know that, hey, go and join this user group. So that's it. That's about this Azure Summit. Please go ahead and look at this website, register. More than 4,000 people have registered for this event in just less than a month or so. So I'm really looking forward to you at Azure Summit. We are taking a break from these virtual conferences. We may do one in the middle of August, but that's all it has been for this Azure Summit. I really want to thank once again to all the speakers and the attendees for being a part of this event. And once again, I cannot stop thanking, especially shout out to Mustafa for helping us organize this event. Having said that, take good care of yourself. My name is Stephen Simon. Have an amazing summer, and I'll see you on the other live shows of the CSharpCorner that we do. Until then, take good care of yourself, and yeah, bye bye.